boy. We're going to mess around with EasyArch a little bit today, just to stroke an ego here. And I want to try out the Cinnamon edition of EasyArch. One thing I will say is really irritating is that when you're booting up the live environment or the live installer, you need to put in your user password and not the root password. But if you go on to his documentation, it says that the root password is TOOR, and yeah, that's not the case. So he needs better documentation. What is Joseph saying here? After fighting with NeverOS issues during the last 2 weeks, one of my key AUR packages, Salesman Viking, got busted. I've had enough and switched to MX Linux. Didn't you say that last week that you were switching to MX Linux? That's what I understood. We can turn that up a little bit more. Let's just... Oh, there's some theming problems here. Let's just erase everything. ext4, no swap. Let's click next. And let's just do our password and log in automatically. And this should be it. Hey Bruce. And install. And install. Let's put that up there a little bit. So yeah, the whole password thing. Here's why this is installing. You don't have passwords on your live environments, please. Please don't have passwords on your live environments. Makes no sense. It's outdated, it's a hassle, especially if you have to go to a site to get the passwords, and it's not like in a box up here on the desktop environment or in a README file easily available. It probably is, but it's not like a shortcut or anything like that. Arts just take too much work and tinkering. You have to really enjoy it. Yeah, I'm getting too old for that shit. Yeah. I'm all for tinkering. I love to tinker, but you know, the older you get, the more commitments you get, the less time you have to spend doing that shit. I installed my applications and recovered my files from the cloud. Yay, cloud! Next week I will be importing my Plasma theme from EndeavourOS by grabbing files from the cloud. Yay, Cloud! Cloud, he's a really good guy. Let's see here. If you really want outdated, then there is the Void Linux installer. Now, I'm not against doing it like, you know, the Arch way and stuff like that, but if you're providing the user a live environment, make it convenient for them. Is it possible to try my... do you want me to try you out, or what are you talking about, Muse? What do you mean by my? I'm not going to try you out. I don't do human reviews on this channel. That's something you can do in other places. Eagle OS. We can look at it while we are installing here. If it actually wants us to actually allow us to type, here you go. And go over there. Is it the Is it Eagle Linux? Hey Don, you're no longer doing arts. I get why people are doing arts, but this is discontinued. Maybe it's because I didn't do it in one word. And then do Linux. Oh, it could be this one here. We have one here also. A Gorada logo, yeah. So let's see. Welcome to my project and art space system. My main goal is to provide complete system for users coming to arts and those who want to learn art. Not bad. Oh, Esnik has commenting on it, I see. Is this a respin of Easy Archer? Well, people hate Dolphin, so I installed Nemo instead. Dolphin is not bad. Dolphin is actually really, really, really good. I did not mention Discovery. I said there were no button for file manager in the panel. KD usually comes with the Dolphin's file manager. Yeah, Dolphin is actually good. The Dolphin file manager don't have any of the problems it had in the 2010s. They fixed them long time ago. Dolphin is really secure. It's really stable. It works really well nowadays. But I take it this is your distribution, right? No. I know it has nothing to do with the Gorada Linux. So you're giving a KDE version down here. Yeah, Dolphin is really, really great. What is code? Well, it is a KDE application like Nemo and Files or on Nautilus. Or Nautilus? Nautilus, there you go, Nautilus. They also require quite a bit of dependencies. But it is a KDE environment, file manager. Is it already installed? Yeah, it is. Let's reboot this sucker here. So what are you guys doing with your Easter if you're celebrating Easter? I'm going to get some fish friends in my mouth. Oh, it did not push out the ISO. Fix this, please. Arch Linux. Let's put candy in my mouth. Oh, they are... What are they exactly? They are menthol and eucalyptus flavored pastilles. They're actually really good. I do like them a lot. I'm thinking of experimenting with Tumbleweed over Easter. That's a good project. That is a really good project. Device can be removed, sorry. Hey, Lamer. Tumbleweed is like it. I'm thinking about doing So here's my thought. Is to respin Tumbleweed but with the Calimouse installer, because a lot of people don't really like the YaST installer. It's too either complicated or you have too many options. It's just too overwhelming for a lot of people. So I'm thinking about just taking Tumbleweed and then basically just respin it with the Calimouse installer. Nothing else than that. So it's a little bit more accessible to people to some extent. Well, if it's ugly, well, I even think the Calimouse installer looks ugly. I think the Ubiquity installer is ugly. I don't really think any Linux distributions have like a really good, beautiful installer, to be honest. They really don't. I will not call it ugly, I would call it over-engineered. It's art distro. Yeah, I saw that on your website. Let's see if there's any updates in here. I think the install is outdated. It's not outdated. So The OpenSUSE installer is built and meant for a certain type of people, and that is system administrators. That's the sad reality of it. The YaST installer is not built or meant for desktop users. It's meant for deploying whatever system you are installing on servers and for system administrators and stuff like that. So it gives you a ton of options that is unnecessary for almost anyone that uses it. They built the installer around, you know, giving system administrators the tool they need on that installer. And again, some like that, some don't. But yeah, I found Eagle. It was funny enough. Arch is my favorite installer, so installing it the GUI way, or oh my god, I haven't used Arch in forever. We already have updates. And we are going to kernel 5.17. Interesting. Oh, you don't have to call me sir. Anaconda for Fedora is decent, but not very user-friendly. If you like the Anaconda installer, you also like the YaST installer. But both OpenSUSE and Fedora are experimenting or starting or want to migrate over to web-based installer. It's a respect. You don't like. You don't have to serve me out of respect, and I don't see it as disrespectful if you don't do it, to be honest. I feel old when people call me sir. Feel like an old man. That's it. We need to reboot again to take these changes into effect. So let's do this here and then do restart. My favorite installer is Ubuntu installer. It simple, needs a new look, but it's simple. Yeah, I like the simplicity of the Ubiquity installer. I really do. I do, but is it pretty? I think the Elementary OS installer is the closest, I will say, to a pretty-ish installer. I wonder what it's calculating in the background here. Same in my country, people tell me that they're not old. Yeah, I think it's a generation thing, more because if you go like 30 years, 20 years back, it was normal to call people sir. Here in Denmark, we used instead of sir, we used some pronouns that you only use for people that you are not on a friendly level with. It's a little bit hard to explain. So if I was talking to you, and we have not been friendly with each other, we are not regarding each other as friends, I will use a really formal way of speaking to you. So it would be the equivalent to sir, ma'am, madam, stuff like that. We just have different words for that. And to solidify that we are friends, or we can be on a friendly basis, we call it dus. Are you going to be dus with me? We say that in Danish, but dus is the Danish word. So that basically means that we can call each other, yeah, sir, mister, yeah, something like that in Danish. But what we do, I can actually show it here. Let's see if I can fucking remember how we. we do like a celebration. Okay, so it's a little bit hard to explain, but if you want to become, if you want us to speak in a non-formal manner, we have to become dus, as we say it here in Denmark. So we both have a beer or a drink in each right hand. And then we cross over, my right hand crosses over your right hand, and we take a sip of that drink. With guys, it would be beer. Now we are friends. We are informal with each other. That's how we did it back in the day in Denmark. Until then, it was Sir, Mister, those kind of things, but the Danish equivalent of it. And then if let's say, Morris, you and I, we were starting to regard each other as friends. We're like, hey, do you want to be dus with me? And you'll be, yeah, let's do that. And then we take a beer, cross each other's arms, and drink of the beer. And then we are now interlocked with each other on a personal level. Bosnia. Oh, Bosnia is a great place. I had a friend that was a soldier over there. It's hard to explain. It's a really... is this the one? No, that's not the one. Like, and again, it's really, I'm looking for the gesture of how we did it back in the day, how we became friends, basically. And until you did that, you always called them sir or madam, or mister, and stuff like that. But until you did that, and both did that gesture, you could not be on a friendly basis with them. Nowadays, we don't do that anymore. And some old people still, like here, the Danish queen still hold on to that to some extent. So we still talk to the queen in that matter, for example. When we are regarding the queen, it's a little bit like talking about them in third person, to some extent. But yeah, you have a drink, and then you basically, it's like, taking one arm under the other, but in front of each other, and then you drink. Ubuntu, Linux, Mint, Pop OS, and Java have OEM installers. They do. In Sweden, we have stopped using things like Surge, etc. We stopped doing that, like in the 70s or something like that in Denmark also. I have it in VM Lamer. What are you looking for? Hey Don, one of the things I don't like about the Linux Mint Debian edition is there's a new feature for Linux Mint or Cinnamon. You have to wait to the next version. We will kiss arms for like other dudes that can be our dad. Yeah, it's something like that. That gesture sounds cringe to me. So it comes from the day of the Vikings to some extent. So it's let's go into paint. Let's play Bob Ross here a little bit. So we have a guy with an arm. We have another guy with an arm. They have a beer in their arms. And if you wanted to become friends or dudes, what you basically do is you take this arm here and you cross it over that arm here, and he takes his arm and crosses over your arm, and then you drink your beer while you're interlocked. Little bit like a wrestling grip to some extent. So if you look at it on top, this is the head. Your arm will be like this, and then you will have a beer here. This is another guy. His arm will be going like this, and he will have a beer here, and then you will drink it. You know, it's like a show of brotherness, I think, gratitude, and vulnerability. You're now, you know, your soul is now interlocked with my soul. You can also look at it like that. And then you drink. You can also just ask, do you want to become dus with me? And if they say yes, you are now dus with me. Yeah, a lot of movies do that. A lot of movies have that in it. And we did that in Denmark for the longest time. Like, if I was caught of it, I was having her out on a date. Doing this here also with a girl. Want to be dus with me. She could have her sherry or her water, and I could have a beer, and we would do the same thing. It's show of, you know, we are now connected with each other. But you kind of get what I'm trying to say here. They do it a lot in Viking movies, I noticed, and stuff like that. Having arms as a guy is always nice. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, they do it in movies. No, I'm not on Solus. I'm on. I'm on Easy Archer, Ethnic's Easy Archer. But I hope this illustration here makes it a little bit easier to understand. And then sometimes when you do that, someone will, like, you know, shake your arms, you will spill beer all over yourself and stuff like that. I will look at EagleOX next time. I just installed the Easy Archer now, and I don't want to install another one right away. We may look at it later down the live stream. Right now, I just want to stay in here for a bit. I've seen that this in movies from time to time. I think it's a Scandinavian thing. It was something that was mostly used in Denmark, Sweden, Norway, maybe even Finland. I hope you know what I mean by Scandinavian. Maybe Iceland did it also. I don't know. But I know for a fact that it was something that was used in the 50s and 60s quite a lot in Denmark, maybe even the 70s, especially with guys versus girls. Later on, it becomes something you did if you want to court a girl. Or it became something you did. You asked for the permission to become, you know, talk friendly. If it was, if you were lower society and someone else was higher society. So if you were like a waiter or a house manager or a gardener, and you were talking to someone that was a little bit higher in society, you would ask them, can we be on friendly terms? And in Danish, that's dus. Is it okay for us to become dus? Basically, is it okay for me to talk to you without saying sir, ma'am, madam, mister, and stuff like that? It's a form of respect. That I'm like, is it okay that we are talking to each other on a more friendlier term and a not formal language? And they could say yes and no. And sometimes they would do this interlocking things, mostly if it was guys. A lot of times they would also just say yes and no. You get what I'm saying here. You describe it perfectly, the interlocking of arms. Yeah, it's a tradition. Viking used to do that too. Yeah, they did. I actually think it comes from you know, especially with the guy thing. You know, it was like a you know, two strong men, you know, interlocking with each other and being vulnerable with each other to some extent. I would like to hear your opinion about my project. Yeah, like I said, we can either, depending on how long I stream today, we can either look at it today, or I can download it, and next week when I live stream, if I get to live stream next week, it's not 100% set in stone, but I can boot it up there and we can look at it then, you know, next time. Yeah, we have a lot of we actually have a lot of tradition in Scandinavia that stems from, you know, the Middle Ages, still to this day, like the Viking ages and stuff like that. Like, the fun thing is, Vikings was actually regarded as bad people. That was a term we used basically to describe the pirates. We didn't go around and calling each other Vikings. We were just normal people. And then the Vikings was what was a description normally used to people that was, you know, on boats doing piratey things. It's not like, oh, I'm a Viking because I live in Denmark. No, you were just a normal person. It's something that's been skewed a little bit by Hollywood and stuff like that. Which is, and that's why I can't stand watching Viking movies, series, or play Viking games. Because there are so many things that they get wrong, and they try to romanticize about how the Vikings was and make us look like these amazing warriors. And they were, don't get me wrong, but look at it this way. Denmark in particular, they took a boat to control most of England. Most of England was controlled by Danish Vikings back in the day. What did they do? They pillaged the fucking villages. They went in there, took whatever they want, raped whatever they want, killed whatever they want, and we are now looking at that as being something romantic. Like, they were not good people. And those were the ones that we called Vikings. If you were just living in a local town, out in the fucking field, doing your thing, hey, you were not regarded as a Viking. And it bugs me to some extent that Hollywood is glorifying these basically, you know, bad people. They were not good people. Are you sad what happened to your player in soccer since you said you... I don't follow soccer. I don't watch much sport. The only sport I follow is American football to some extent. Any martial arts I can get my hands on. And just general fitness, if you can call that a sport. I'm not into soccer, badminton, and all of those things. I'm just here for the accent. Hello, pirate. Hello, pirate. But if anyone gets hurt in any sport, it's of course a sad thing. I don't care where they are from. Nobody should get hurt. That's of course a sad thing. That's like if they are from Bosnia, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, England, United States. If someone gets hurt, it's never a good thing. It's always a sad thing. Nobody should get hurt doing activities. Unless it's like martial arts and stuff like that. But, you know, you kind of get what I'm saying here. Is YaST installed, though? I can't even remember how to install YaST on the hearts. Nope. Is it in the repositories, then? Nope. Let's install it, then. While Denmark ruled England, did mainly Sweden go and fronted Russia and traded with the Black Sea states? Yeah, and I also think that Norway and Sweden was some of the first ones to actually go to the States, to the Americas. Because Denmark moved to... We still own Greenland. And we got Greenland under the Viking Age. And therefore we also went into, you know, Canada and stuff like that. But I haven't read up about this in ages, but I think that Canada and the United States was the Vikings that was there, I think they were mostly from Norway and Sweden. Where Denmark tends to stay a little bit more in what we call Europe today. And of course Iceland and Greenland. Where Sweden of course went more over to what is Russia today because it's close and stuff like that. British people take away human rights of people in London. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on with that kind of shit nowadays. He does not install YaST on his projects. No, he don't. So let's just install it. How to install YaST arts. Let's see. I actually have a script. that do this. Have I uploaded that script to... Have I uploaded that? I need to upload more of my scripts to Git. I'm on GitHub now and not on GitLab, by the way. Personal projects. I need to do something up. I need to re-upload all of these. And I'm on GitHub now instead of GitLab. But I haven't been asked to do it, basically. I haven't done it yet. Let's see here. This is actually a really, really good instruction. What is this one here? This is actually really, really easy. I think I may do that one instead. Yay should be in the repos. I don't know. I don't know if it should be doing that. You honestly don't know how to install Yay. I don't install Yay all the time. I do it like once in a while, like once a year or something like that. Can you remember everything you learn about Linux? Like I have over 20 years of stuff about Linux in my brain. I can't fucking remember everything. And I don't use Ars Linux on a daily basis, so I don't do this much. Like I said, I do have a script. I made a script that does it for me, so I don't even do it this way anymore. Okay, it's already up to date. So we need Git. Let's do that. Let's clone Yay from Git. And I forgot an S. Oh, this is really bad fucking... Oh, it is there. This is really bad theming. Where the fuck do we change this? There you go. Let's do that one. That's a little bit better. Yeah, it's considered a third-party source. It is easy to install Yay. I'm just following a guide here. Change. Do we really need to change the use? Do we really need to do that though? Oh yeah, we do. Let's put that in there. And then do test. There you go. cd Yay, make pkg si, and oh, we're downloading the Go language. I think I will use this, we can make a bash script out of this tutorial. Install Yay, yes. It's now installed. Let's install Google Chrome, because that's why I wanted Yay anyway. Yay. And we want the first one. And sometimes this is what go to the AUR. I mean, it's already installed. I don't need to go to the AUR. So if you get... I see this a lot when people, they're installing Yay. They download it, they install it and stuff like that, and then they try to install a package from the AUR and they get like a fake root can't be established or something like that error. And that's because you need to install... Where is it? You need to install this here. Base del. So if you are installing a minimalistic Manjaro install, for example, it don't install the development libraries. But you can still install the AUR without having the development libraries installed. So I've seen a lot of people, they install Manjaro minimalistic or Arts the Arts way. And then they install Yay, they don't get any problems until they start to install a package. And that's because they don't have this up here. They don't have the base del libraries installed. But like I said, I actually have a script that do that. I just don't know where the fuck I put it. Welcome back, Lamer. So why not make a bash script that do that right now? Text editor. And let's just do all of this. And do this. We could also make bash control, make a package control to see if any of these are installed, but that, yeah, that's not necessary. ls, we don't need that one. We do need, oh, we do need this one. No, we don't. We need this one down here. And we need these two here. And then we can just do this one here as the last step. You do. Again, if you don't have base del on your system, it won't run. You can download the package, but if you need to compile a package, it won't work. It just won't work. Trust me, I've tried it plenty of times. Hey Cody, did you know you had GNOME? Cody, who are you talking to? Tumbleweed gave me a similar issue like you described last time I tried it when attempting to install my own build of yeah, you under Tumbleweed and OpenSUSE you need to install the development environment. Hey Esnik. Leif Eriksson, son of Erik the Red, saw what was like in Newfoundland, there you go. A few centuries ago before Columbus, but he didn't know the significance. Yeah, that's right, it's been Viking. That's right. Yeah, I'm running your Easy Archer Cinnamon edition here. And let's see if we got Chrome up and running. We did. Let's just do OK. Continue. Next, let's do... Which one do we want? Let's do... I always use this one. Let's do this one here. Nah, that's too far. Let's do that one. The creator. Nah. I'm just a normal dude doing crazy things on the internet. So... Let's make a bash script. Oh yeah. They will look the same on any. I do like the or any any cinnamon environment. I do like the wallpaper though. Cinnamon is a memory hog, is it? It is a GTK. It's using almost 900 megabyte with Chrome open. I would still say it's more slim than GNOME. Let's save this one here just to make sure. Let's save it as yay in.sh. Oh, I've been using yay forever, man. Let's do something a lot of Arch people really would hate. Because I want to code... If I'm coding, let's use Virtual Studio Code. And I want to use the Snap version. I agree. Let's go in here. Accept all websites. Let's see... Trizen. I don't use Trizen. Is Trizen even installed? Oh, it is. Oh, you're using Trizen instead of yay. Why are you doing that? Why the fuck are you doing that? Is that an Arch thing now, or is it something you have done? Is it because Trizen is in the official repos? Man, Arch needs to get its head out of his ass with all those different package managers. We have Yay, Trizen, Pacman. This is one of the reasons why I don't really like Arch that much. Yeah, Peru is another option. Or Peru. Arch is great, it just have too many different things. And now I'm installing a third one. That's called Snap. Trizen is small and light and does not break when packages change. Trizen has always been better than Yay. Why is everyone recommending Yay then? Like, yeah, I'm really confused. This is Linux in a nutshell. We can't fucking agree on anything. Arch Linux, let's install. So I should be able to just basically use the Trizen. How do I? So if I do Trizen. Snapd. Okay, this is why we don't use Trizen. Yeah, this is why we don't use Trizen. Yeah, this is why we don't use Trizen. Because if we do Yay, this is what you get. It's more user-friendly. Okay, this is why we're using Yay. It's more user-friendly. Which version of Snapd do you want to install? I want to install the normal one and not the Git version. Remove dependencies after install. Yes, of course. I don't want to see the differences. I need to put in a password key. I would say that Trizen is worse than Snapd. Sorry, than Yay. It's overcomplicating a simple task. Ye ask you if you want to edit the config file. Trizen expect you and want you to edit the config files and the package build. That's giving me unnecessary complexity I don't need. What was it? Someone made a response in my videos. A fool admire complexity, a genius admires simplicity. And I kinda agree with that. I don't need a tool that are overcomplicating something that should be really simple. By default. It makes no sense to me. I really don't agree with like, let's just make everything as complicated as possible. No. Make it good. I never had to edit the config file. Just answer n when it asks. Yeah, but I don't... Here's the thing. It should not even ask me. So this is the problem. Trizen assume that you want to see the config or the package script. Where Ye is asking you. First it's asking you, oh, we have more than one package in the system. Which one do you want to use? Up here. So the user can now decide, oh, there's more than one package with that name. I just want the normal one. Then it asks you down here if you want to do anything with the package build file and stuff like that. Instead of just bombarding you with a text file that most people don't understand anyway. So it's doing the exact same thing. It's just presenting it in a more user-friendly way, in a better user experience way, and it's more convenient. It just seems like Trizen is overcomplicating something that should be simple. What is it saying here? Proceed with the install. Of course I want to proceed with it, you fool. And we are doing this here. We are installing it. Blah 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 blah. And I do go on a hill on this, and I do get a little bit stubborn on this because we have a tendency as tech people to want to overcomplicate everything. Yeah, I did, but I didn't know that Trizen was a thing. What is it telling me here? Some of that up there looked a little bit suspicious. I just don't like when engineers try to make everyone into an engineer. Because they don't have to be. So that was that. Then we need to enable the system D thingamadooski. Boink. And we need to link in so we can do Snap Classic support. This is the whole fucking problem with Snap. Oh, you want Classic support. You don't want Classic support. Are you building towards Core 18, Core 20, Core 22? We're going to have so many core systems with Snap that it's not even funny anymore. Snap is having a massive problem. We need to log in and out or reboot. Let's just reboot. I did save this one up here. I did. Let's go in here and let's restart. Also, Ye just sound more happier. Yeah. Here's the thing. We are living 2022. If a package is 1 megabyte or 500 kilobyte or 10 megabytes, it's not going to ruin the system. We are not living in a world where storage is the problem anymore. And I'm a little bit tired of people using that as an excuse. Oh, I'm saving 500 kilobytes. I can understand if you're saving a gigabyte. Now we are talking. Ye is not a package manager either. It's also a helper. And that's why snaps are bad. Well, you have the same problem with the flat packages. You are building flat packages up against other flat package libraries to make it work. So you have different versions of the same libraries with different modifications to it. the reason why Flatpak or Snappaks is bad as a technology is also the reason why Flatpaks are bad, because they do almost the same thing. It's just one is more community oriented as its approach to the development method, and another one is a little bit more proprietary, corporation friendly way of looking at it. Yes, the oldest. I think Trizen's actually quite old now I'm thinking about it. I think Snaps was, with its core system, is better than flat packages. I would agree if we took away the core every time a new Ubuntu LTS release came out, because the core is basically that version of Ubuntu LTS. So core is Ubuntu 16.04. Core 18 is 18.04. Core 20 is 20.04. And now we will get a core 22.04. So we're getting a lot of cores, and it's not good, man. It's not good, because if I go in here and I do snap, let's do sudo install. Sudo snap install code classic. Oh, it's not seeded. What the fuck do you mean by that? It's too... Oh, it's doing its thing in the back end. Okay. Poking the bear. Yeah, I know. I just love how all universal package system ain't actually that universal. No, they are not. Like, the only universal package manager that you could regard as a standalone package is app images. It's app images because it's one contained file. It's actually like app images functions a lot like how Apple does its package management. Flat packages, you have dependencies. Snap packages, you have dependencies. Yeah, it's... Oh, I had too many fucking... There you go. You see here, now we are installing core. This is basically Ubuntu 20 or 16.04. So if I'm installing, let's say, or not Estic, but let's say Estic makes a package and he built that package up against core 22. So now I need core 22 installed also. Then Muis is developing a package and he's developing that up against core 18. So now I need core 18, core 22, and it just keeps fucking going on and on and on. There's nothing wrong with Yay. I love Yay. Yeah, but many app images are so out of date. Yeah, that's because it's not getting the support that it needs, sadly enough. Where the fuck do we have... is it even... Oh, it haven't populated the menu yet. This is another snap package problem. Oh, there it is. I don't agree with you. Arts has AUR, the only place on Linux that is on one place. Ubuntu has PPAs and Fedora does not have all the repos Art does. Look at OpenSUSE. They have their... If you look at Tumbleweed, they have their normal repos like Arts have, communities, all of that shit. Oh, sorry, what is it? What is... I can't fucking remember the AUR's repositories now. It's base extras or something like that. And then you have Pac-Man. That's their community repository. You look at Ubuntu, they have PPA. The AUR don't do anything differently. And you want the distribution that have support for the most software, Ubuntu. Because here's the thing, a lot of the packages you get on the Arts is a dep file that's been converted to the Arts package format. So it means that it's originally made to run under Debian or Ubuntu. You're just converting it. Or it's made to run under an RPM format. So it's a little bit funny to me when people say that arts have more software. When most of the software in the AUR, or a lot of it, is basically dep or RPM packages reformatted. They actually go in and, like I think Google Chrome is a good example. It goes in and downloads the dep file and convert it to a package format that Arch Linux can see. So it's a little bit funny looking at it like that. I'll just do dark mode, make everything is done. I don't want to have this page open as default. Let's go in here and open a file. Remember this decision. Open. I don't want to open in restricted mode. There you go. We now have a bash script. I've converted a .deb file for Arch 2 times just for fun. The AUR do that a lot. And if you go on to developers' GitHub and GitLabs and stuff like that, they even have build instructions on how to build the deb file for them. It's built into the source code, so you just run the deb's package manager against that folder, and it will automatically make a deb file for you. It's a misconception that Arch Linux is what developers are building for. It's not. Arch Linux just have really great tools to go on to source pages and either download the source code and compile it, or find an existing deb file, RPM file, or what it is, and converting it. And in the end, the repos don't matter when you learn how to build from source. Exactly. Like, if someone tells me they know Linux, and they are a Linux expert, or they are a power Linux user, and they are bitching about not being able to find packages and programs for their distribution, I am highly critical about their expertise within Linux. Because getting the right packages for your distribution should not be a problem. If you are a hardcore Linux user or a knowledgeable Linux user, you should know how to compile from from code. You should be able to find any package you want or any program you want and get that installed. Some distributions make it easier than others. Granted. But it should not be a problem for you to get the latest, let's say, GNOME edit, you know, or the latest GNOME terminal. What is this one here? Yeah, GNOME terminal. Under any Linux distribution. If it's not in the repo, there's not a third-party repo, it's not in a flat snap or app image, you find the source code, you build it. And if it needs dependencies, you find the dependencies and build them. That's how you ran Slackware in the early 2000s. Like, if I wanted to install something under Slackware, you went onto the web and you found the source code. And you download the source code. You compile the program. And it was like, yep, we can't start because we need lib X, Y, and Z. Yep, okay. You go on to the website, you found the source code to lib X, Y, and Z, you downloaded it, you compile it, and then you try to run the program again. No, Slackware do have a package manager today. They do have a package manager now. In 2009, it looks like they got it installed. But I don't know if it at that time still did the dependency tracking that much. But I know for a fact today that Slackware do have like a quite good package manager. It's not the same style as Pacman and apt and stuff like that, but it's quite good. Oh my god, now we're talking about distributions. I had the fucking best comment ever. Someone was like, on my Cubics video, you know, it's a tool to build your own spin of Ubuntu. And someone was, I think this is like exactly what they said. I can't get the fucking program to work on the fucking Windows subsystem for Linux. And I was like, you do know that Cubix is not built to run on the Windows subsystem for Linux. So I said to him, if you don't know that Cubix is not meant and built to be run on the Windows subsystem for Linux, you should not be making a Linux distribution. And it's built for what you call it, running under a full-blown desktop. Windows has the same mess. No, it don't. I have. When was the last time I had a dependency problem under Windows? Like they call it DLL hell under Windows. It was like in the 2000s. It's been over 10 years since I could not install a program under Windows because of a DLL problem. It's over 10 years. And I install a lot of fucking shit under Windows. Like, I am installing and have installed a lot of shit under Windows. Yeah, it was like Windows XP. After Windows XP, there were really no dependencies issues. Windows had, like I call them, DLL hell. And it was severely a problem in the 90s for Windows. Because they did a little bit kind of like what the Linux also do with shared libraries and stuff like that. But I would say after Windows XP, that was basically not a problem anymore. Yeah, Windows 95 had DLL problems. Ever since most Windows software installs and all the installs all the DLL files needed. Yeah, like I said, once in a blue moon with XP, you will get a little bit of that. But ever since then, never had a problem. Never had a problem. Like from my end, like now I'm thinking about it. Like from an end user standpoint, that just want their computer to work. Windows have not been a problem ever since Windows 7. Like Windows Vista was a mess, but that was because it required too much out of the hardware of its day. It was just too fucking heavy. But if you had the hardware to run Windows Vista, it was a really good system. But I would say ever since Windows 7, all the packages problems with Windows went away. Most of the stability problems with Windows went away. You rarely saw a blue screen of death that was because of the kernel. It was always badly coded third-party drivers or third-party software. So if you look at it from those Windows, why is Windows 11 a mess? I have run Windows 11 as my daily driver since it came out. I have had zero issues with it. The TPM is a mess. The requirement of it is a mess. But from a stability standpoint, availability standpoint, or usability standpoint, it's as good as Linux. It's just doing a lot of things that we don't like. I agree with you, but if diff places Ubuntu give you PPAs with arts, take it in one place only, that's the problem. No, it's not, because here's the thing. Under Ubuntu, you only have to know one package manager. And anything you add to that system under Ubuntu is being handled by one package manager. If you disregard snap packages, So you're just adding repositories to your source list, basically. And it's being done really easy. You just copy-paste the command into the command line. That's it. Under Ars, you now have, again, Trizen, Yay, Power, or what the other one is. You have the Pacman package manager. If you install Snap, you have the Snap package manager. If you install Flatpak, you get what I'm saying here. There's just too many ways to skin a cat under Ars. It runs too well for your taste. Yeah, Yeah, I get that. I get that. And that's why I don't like Debian, for example. Debian is too fucking stable for me. I don't want my system to be breaking all the time, but I do like it to be a little. I do like it to act like. I like my Linux as I like my girls. Not batshit crazy, but a little bit of crazy is good. It's fun, it's interesting. We're not running off the walls and peeing in your coffee crazy. Just a little bit crazy. I think by the time XP came out, the Windows registry got robust enough to handle multiple DLLs. I would say Service Pack 1 or 2, I think they fixed that with XP. Because if you remember, the first version or the first inclination of XP was actually a big mess. It took them a Service Pack or 2 to actually make XP good. You see, the difference with me is the fact that I care about all people, not me or you. It's easy for me and you, but we are talking about people. That's what I say. What makes more sense for a new user to Linux, for example? That they have to learn one package command, let's say apt-get install, or they have to learn pacman, dash capital S, yay, dash capital S, Trizen, dash capital S. All I do is with the new user in mind. That's what my channel is all about. Is thinking about how people interact with the computers. It's having the mindset of what makes sense for most people and not just a select few. And Arch Linux don't make sense for most people. Like, it really don't. Arch Linux is great, it's fun, it's interesting, I love it. But Arch Linux is not and never will be for the majority of users. And all those distributions that try to make Arch more user-friendly, it's like taking a dump truck and making it into a family station wagon. It just can't be done. The ugly head of Arch will show its head. And that's why I don't like people recommending Arch for new users. I can kinda agree with Manjaro, but I'm still a little bit yeah. Debian may be boring, but at least exactly. But that's not what I want out of Linux. I don't want Linux. Linux for me is a toy. And I know this will trigger some of you guys, but it's a toy. I run Linux because it's fun, it's interesting, it's sometimes unpredictable. There are some amazing technologies going on in it, and I can see the source code if I want to learn coding. For me, Linux is a toy. Windows is a tool. If I ran Linux on my, as my 24-hour system, I would probably go with like Ubuntu, Debian, or something really stable. Yeah, sometimes you need some excitement in your computing life. Yeah. Debian is slow and steady. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, how dare you have an opinion? Yeah. It's always nice DLL exists. Well, here's another misconception that a lot of people have. They think that this sharing libraries is a Linux thing. Windows actually do that quite a lot with DLLs. They do share libraries. Maybe not to the same extent as Linux do, but they do share libraries. And that's hence the DLL problem we had once in a while. At least you can install KDE Plasma on Debian to break it to break the monotony. Yeah, you can also install i3. Oh my god! I did 3 reaction videos today. 2 from DistroTube, 1 from Chris Titus Tech. DistroTube actually think that running a Windows manager teaches you Linux. You are learning Linux by running a tiling Windows manager. I lost it. I fucking lost it there. I really lost it. He also think that you're learning Linux by reading a book about the philosophy of the free software movement by Richard Stallman. I was just like, dear fucking God. Like someone come and shoot me in the foot to see if I'm awake. So if you want to learn how the Linux kernel work and the user land of Linux work and how to compile a package and stuff like that, download i3, DWM, OpenBox, Fluxbox, and you are already 50% there to understand Linux on a more technical level. Yeah. Yeah. that people, that's what popular Linux YouTubers is all about nowadays, apparently. I'm still like, I don't know what to say. Honestly, I was like, I don't even know what to say now. I'm really fucking, like, I'm confused. I think that it's better to install on Linux than Windows. They have programs everywhere. Yeah, again, we can debate. Again, is ours better than Windows? Depends on what your use case is, okay? Depends on what you want out of your system. It also depends, do you even want Linux? And yes, Arch is a really good Linux distribution. It may not be the best for new people. It may not be the best for a lot of people. But there are definitely people out there that will benefit and would have a better life running Arch. I'm one of them, for example. I just want a little bit more stability and predictability, so I run Tumbleweed as the one I like to run the most. You can ask anything you want. Try leasing OpenBox on Debian into a desktop environment. Yeah, that's a feed on of itself. Just like when DistroTube said the Flash shell should be the default shell. Yeah, it's... Hey, Apple is using... Is it Fish Apple is using? No, it's not Fish. It's ZSC shell or something like that Apple is using. That dude, man. At least he's entertaining because you can laugh at him sometimes. No, running a Windows manager teaches you how to write scripts to make your system work. It don't even do that. It teaches you UI design. It's teaching you user experiences. It's something totally different than Linux. CSH, that's the one. Thank you. That's the one they're using. My hair's falling out fast enough by itself. I don't need a VM to help me pull my hair faster. Yeah, it's... Those two videos I responded to by DistroTube. One of them is like, oh, he's making a lot of sense here. I can actually agree with this. And then he says something way out there where you just... It's like, okay, he's pushing me off a cliff now. He went from being reasonable, understandable, to be a fucking single-minded cult leader. I was just like, what the fuck is going on here? And contradicting himself over and over again. I'm like, dude, help me understand you. I really wish I could have a talk with that dude. Because I think he have read the Free Software Foundation Bible. And he haven't had an independent thought ever since then. He's just talking word for word the propaganda or whatever the fuck you will call it from the Free Software Foundation. And it's not good. Here's the thing. I'm not against him not agreeing with me. I'm not against that he thinks other people than me. So he thinks about, he has different opinions and philosophies about Linux than I have. What I don't agree with, and I do think is a problem, is that he's not thinking for himself. He's just relaying everything what the Stallman is saying and what he wants the world to be. He's not thinking for it. He's thinking for Richard Stallman, or rather, Richard Stallman is thinking through DistroTube. He's become a vessel for the Free Software Foundation to recruit people into that organization. And to spill and spew that dogma or those ideologies. And that's really fucking bad. He's a minion. He's a lemming. He's a follower. And I want people to be individual, independent thinkers. Even if that means that we disagree on a lot of things. But at least, they are thinking for themselves. Like me and Esting, like we are disagreeing on a lot of fucking shit. And we have had fucking amazing conversations on DMs where we are massively disagreeing. But Esting is an individual thinker. He came to that conclusion by doing research himself, looking at other people's views, taking other opinions in. He's not just talking, you know, from a book or talking from some fucking cult leader's words. And it's those kind of people I have a massive problem with. Just remember DistroTube's gun rights video. Yeah, I'm a gun person. I like guns. So, Apple use, as I say, it's Exton's fault that I use arts. Arts, again, I don't dislike arts. I think arts is great. It's just not good for most people. My friend has a 8th gen PC, but he cannot get Windows 11 on it. Windows is... Yeah, the whole TPM thing, and with Windows 11, the whole way that they are locking down or excluding hardware to run under Windows 11 that can run Windows 11 no problem, is a massive fucking bad thing, okay? But here, we have to remember this. That's not Windows doing that. It's the executive of Microsoft. So, instead of hating Windows, hate the Microsoft CEO. Instead of calling Windows a bad operating system, call the CEO a bad person for doing that. Because Windows just do what the CEO and the board of directors and the developers are telling it to do. Just like Linux here. This whole thing here is only doing what Esting has commanded it to do. So if I don't like, Yay is not installed by default. Let's just say that. I really don't care. But should I then say that this is a bad distribution for not including Yay? Let's say there was telemetry in this. Esting installed some telemetry programs in here. Is ECR now a bad distribution? No. Esting may do something that I deem morally incorrectly and wrong. So it's him I have a problem with. It's not the software. The software is a slave to its master, to use another word. Software just do what the humans tells it to do. So why, please tell me why are we condemning proprietary software? Why are we bitching and moaning about Apple and Mac OS and Windows? When those things, Windows can't change anything. It's the people that are controlling it that have to change. But they won't change if you're just bitching at the system. We tend to forget that it's humans that are controlling the software. So if bad humans are using a software, they are doing bad things with that software. Open source, closed source, whatever source you will call it, they will still find a way to be bad people. But that talk is never been talked about. Especially not with Richard Stallman, because he thinks it's the software. If you just open source it, everything will be better. Of course it will, Richard Stallman. Of course it will. And unicorns and leprechauns will be running outside with pots of gold tomorrow. Art is innocent. Or inconsistent. Oh, yeah. You can't blame me for your art use. That's on you. Yeah, it is. It's on him. I miss Bill Gates. To some extent, yeah. Because at least with Bill Gates, you knew exactly what was going on. He hated open source. And you kind of knew where Windows was with Bill Gates. Endeavor OS installs Yay by default. Yeah, there's a lot of Arch Linux distributions that do that. And that's why tomato sauce is the best sauce. Yeah, again, thinking that using a license or an operating system can change society, the political idea and philosophical ideas about how society works is so delusional that it's borderline fucking mentally crazy. I missed the Obama. That guy was... Yeah, I do. Yeah. That dude was a fucking fun tomato, man. He was he had some issues. But yeah, I do miss his antics. I do miss him going crazy. I do miss the developer spiel. It's yeah. Oh yeah, don't get me started on Gorilla Linux. I could rant about that distribution for fucking ever. Yeah, I could. So let's do a clear command. And is that how you do echo? Oh wait. Let's do this instead. There you go. Because then we don't need this anymore here. And then we can sleep for 5 seconds. I think that's how you do it. Right? I haven't done bash scripting in a fucking 6 months or something like that. The problem is with Windows is the fact that you cannot change you less the software, you not own it. Other issues with Linux is the fact that you get a mess that you don't want. Linux is not like... So, can you change the code in the kernel? Here's the thing, just because you can look at the kernel, don't automatically mean that you can understand it and you can change it. You can just look at it. You may not have the knowledge to actually infect or do anything of effect in the things that you want to change. You get what I'm saying here? Most people can't do anything. Like, here's the thing. 99% of the people running Linux have no fucking idea how the Linux kernel is coded, even though they can look at the Linux kernel. They have no idea how to fix a thing within the Linux kernel, add, subtract, or anything like that to the Linux kernel. Not to talk about the software environments and stuff like that. So yes, you can see the code, but it's like it's kind of like me giving you a book in Danish. And I'm like, I want you to edit this book. I want you to audit this book for me. You have no fucking idea what I'm talking about in Danish. So yes, you have the benefit, you can see it, but you have to understand it. And a lot of people don't seem to do that. And I don't know if that's a sad thing or a good thing. I don't think it's a good or bad thing that people don't understand the source code, because it's for developers. If you're not a developer, you should not be messing around with a lot of the software that's being run, because you will fuck it up. I'm not a developer. So if I start to mess around with GNOME and submitting shit to GNOME, I will probably fuck that up, okay? I will more than likely fuck that shit up. I'm not a developer, and I'm not a GNOME developer. I don't have knowledge about how GNOME is done on an intimate level, there you go. So I should just stay the fuck away. And ownership of software, dude, you don't own anything in life. what will make yeah, okay, you can't resell it. You can't copy it and give it to your friends. But again, that's how they make their money. That's how they build the program. Don't get me wrong, I love open source. But I think a lot of people have misunderstood open source in a way that open source is great for developers. It's great if you want to learn. That's it. No sleepy wins. Good day, my friend. No, it's not recommended. You could take away demons and it's a lighter Windows. That you could. I like yours better. I like Ethnics better than Gorada anyway. The security of Windows still sucks. No, Windows is just as secure as Linux. It's the humans behind it. The biggest security risk to any software nowadays is not the software, it's the human using it. So Linux is as secure as you make it. Windows is as secure as you make it. Don't ask me, I never bash script myself. Or you have to bash that script, man. You have to slap that script around and make it your fucking bitch, man. Let me ask you this. Thank you. Me too. That's not the issue. It's like I do get the ownership of the software. Don't get me wrong. But again, you don't own your phone. You don't own your software on your phone. You don't own much anymore, and it is a problem. It is a problem. But that's the same. Like, you don't own the software as much as you think on the Windows or Linux either. Hey, Homic Beast. But from looking at the code, you can learn or improve your programming skills. That is, like I said, for educational purposes, open source is amazing. Like, the limits knowledge I have about coding I will not have been able to do that without, of course, Code Academy and stuff like that. But also that I just can download, a script that's open source or a small Python program that's open source and learn from that. Of course, I'm not saying that you don't learn from it. But it's not as powerful as people think if they're not a developer. Here in the United States, when you own something, that means I could kick you out of my house. Windows give you a house, but you can't kick... but I can't kick you out of Windows in this case. So, you can't compare Windows to a house. Because it's two way different things. Something is a tool, something is a home. The other thing is a home. That's two really different things. Windows and Linux is like having a hammer. Or a screwdriver. I can understand a little bit with the Linux kernel code, but I will never try to edit it. Yeah, most people... yeah, would never know. It's ownership. Yeah, but... what I'm trying to say here is... Do you care about your hammer that much? Like, do you care that much about the table that you're having in your house? I think what it comes down to is, 1, you don't want to pay the money it costs for proprietary software. 2, you like free shit. 3, you like free shit. Honestly, you don't care about ownership. You're on YouTube. YouTube own everything you do on YouTube. If you have a mobile phone, they own Google, Android, they own everything going on there. You have an iPhone, they own everything. Using the ownership argument is a little bit what do you call it? Construed or not generous. Generously meant. like, I get what you mean by ownership, and again, I agree that it's a problem that when you buy a piece of software, you don't own it. I get it. I agree with you. But you don't own anything when it comes to software. So, and if you are faulting Windows, for you not being able to own the software, stop using Android. Stop using iOS. Stop being on YouTube. I hate that double-sided face of the Linux community because they are using it as an argument against Windows because it's right. You should own the fucking software. And it makes sense. But they are not saying the same thing about any other things. They're just faulting Windows for that because it's Windows and they need arguments to bash on Windows. I would respect people way more if they came out and said, I like Linux because it gives me free shit. I like Linux because I don't have to pay anyone to use it. I would respect way more people if they said that. You know what's the difference between Chrome OS versus Windows in ownership? Chrome OS, you most of the things under Chrome OS you don't own either. They are Google services, they are Google proprietary code. Chrome OS is not even Linux. It's a Linux fork at most. If you're running Chrome OS, you sadly have to deal with a lot of the same issues as on the Windows from a ownership standpoint, privacy standpoint, and stuff like that. Again, I will respect anyone if they just came out and said, yeah, I'm getting a free operating system. I don't have to pay for this shit. I like that other people are doing the work for me. And there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, make your own OS and then you will own it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, use what works for you and make your life easy, interesting, enjoyable. Can't take your PC to the grave. No. Again, most Linux advocates, when you really talk to them, if you really dissect what they are saying, is that they like that they can get a free, stable, secure, amazing operating system without having to pay for it. And that they can get a shit ton of applications without putting money out for it. That is what most people will like. And trust me, I like that too. Okay? I do like Linux because it's free. I would happily pay for Linux. But I like it's free. Okay? Don't get me... I use a lot of Linux and open source programs because they're free. Here's a good example. When I started YouTube in 2013, a lot of programs that were recommended that was open source was recommended because they were free. Not because they were open source, but because they cost no money. You could either use Audacity for free, or pirate Audition from Adobe, or pay Adobe to use Audition. And we are talking a shit ton of money here, baby. It's a lot of dollar to run Adobe software. So people recommended Audacity because it did the job and it cost no money. Not because it was an open source software. They didn't care about that. OBS. You could pay for a license for XSplit. You could crack XSplit. Or you could use OBS for free. That actually is a better tool. So people did that. Not because it was open source. It was a moneyless alternative to something that cost money, and it was better at it. That's why people use open source software. It's either better, or it's free. You know, they don't have to get any money. It costs them no money. Not because of the license. 99% of people don't give a flying pig in hell about what license the software is. All they care about is it good or better than what I have? And how much more expensive is it? And if it's the same price and it's better, they change. If it's the same, as good, and it's free, as free in cost, they fucking use it. But that's not what I meant. What I meant is that you give $150 for a Chrome OS PC, but in Windows you pay for Dell example plus the key. Here's the thing: if Dell sold a Linux computer, it will cost the same amount of money. Just look at any Linux sold computer. They are almost always more expensive than a Windows computer. You don't pay for the license. Dell don't even pay for the fucking Microsoft license, or they don't pay the same price. They get a bundle. You know, they pay X amount of money to use hundreds of licenses, and it's pennies. Like, I'm not saying that a license will cost a penny, but if you're buying an official license to Windows for, let's say, $40, Dell may be paying $40 for a year, or let's say $1,000 to use the Windows license for a year, and they are selling thousands and thousands of computers. So the individual license is almost not part of the price anymore. Didn't Linus create Linux in the first place so he could afford a Unix license? No, he built Linux because he couldn't afford a Unix computer. You get what I'm that's the difference here. So yeah, the license, yeah, you can. But I think what he wanted was a Sun Spark system. He couldn't afford that, so he made Linux. He wanted a free, as in no money, alternative to a commercial Unix system. Also, GNU encourages people to charge as much as they want for software. Yeah, but why? Why would I pay you for software I can just fork and compile and run for myself? That's why Linux and open source really don't want you, or it's really hard for them to sell software, but it's easy for them to sell services. Like, that's what Ubuntu does. That's what Red Hat do. You know, they sell services surrounding the software. And here's again, there's a lot of proprietary software out there that give away the software for free. And you can use it for free, but you pay for the services. If you're doing it in a commercial settings, you pay for a service agreement. A lot of, that's just one example. That's how Red Hat is functioning. You don't pay to use Red Hat, you pay to use the services that comes with it. And a lot of proprietary software do the exact same thing. I have it in my will to be buried with my SSD with all my software. Yeah, only because you don't want people to see. He don't want to see all his naked pictures on it. You know what? I'm going to hurt my brain. You know what? I am going to hurt my brain and learn C so I can mess with the Linux kernel. Yeah, go do that, man. Here's the thing. I don't mean that Chrome OS is Linux or anything like that. I mean you pay for Chrome PCs. Then key plus PC. Windows is technically free. You just get a watermark. Yeah, I don't think you can run Windows 11 for free though. Nothing is free. They sell your info. Yeah. Linus used to use. Linus used to say, my dyslexia is really bad today, that if BSD was not bogged down in their lawsuit back in the 1991. He would have just went with the BSD license. Yeah, that's what I've heard also. And a lot of people want to twist it into that Richard Stallman is the reason why we have Linux today. I'm looking at you, DistroTube. Not the case. Linux came around and the GNU people leached themselves onto Linux. And they didn't say anything about Linux for years and years and years and years. Then Linux became popular. And now they wanted it to be called GNU Linux. They didn't say that in the beginning, but they said it when Linux became popular. What does that tell you about a person? They don't give a flying fucking shit about Linux, but they care about that their name is being associated with it so they can get publicity. They only care about their own image. They don't care about Linux. The second Richard Stallman wanted it to be called GNU Linux. I lost all respect for that dude. Because he didn't champion that when Linux was like used by 10 people. No, he started to do it when Linux was popular. He now saw another opportunity to basically misuse Linux to spread his own ideas, philosophies, and all of that fucking shit. That's not good. That's fucking bad, people. That's really fucking bad. You will pay X money for Linux PC because that PC is 11 gen and so worth. You could get... You make no sense. Honestly, I'm sorry, but look up a PC and then look up a Linux computer with the same specs. They are either the same price or you may save, let's say, $50 on the Linux version. But you have to look at, and you have to compare apples to apples. Same hardware, same screen, same components. You can't compare, let's say, a Lenovo laptop to like a Chinese built one with a fucking crappy SSD in it. It has to be the same hardware. If you're getting a Samsung SSD in your Windows computer, you have to have the same fucking SSD in your Linux computer. If you're getting this i5, it has to be the same i5 in your Windows Linux computer. If you're getting this type of screen, it has to be the same fucking screen on your Linux computer. Because then everything is equal beside the operating system. I know Lenovo is a Chinese brand, Desnick, but you get what I'm saying here. Like, I'm talking about an off-name brand here. Again, do I really have to fucking, like... System 76, we looked at this a couple of streams ago. You can actually get a better Macintosh for the same price as a System 76. You can get a higher spec Lenovo for the same price as a System 76. Yeah. Go get a free meal, my friend. You can get a lot of Windows Dell laptops for cheaper with better specs than you can get a Linux computer for. Tox computers, name your brand. Same resolution or better resolution on the screen, better screen technologies, better RAM technologies, faster RAM, better CPU, better hard drive. If you think that what makes computers expensive is the Windows license, or the lack thereof makes it cheap, that's not how the world works. That's no. It don't make it cheaper or more expensive, it's the hardware. Like I said, if you're buying a Dell laptop today with Windows on it, you may pay $10 at most for that license. It's all about how cheap can they get the components. Yeah, and economics of scale, of course, Sleepy Eye wins. Like I said, how cheap can they get the components? So, if they buy a lot of, let's say, CPUs, they can get a discount on them. That whole myth about that if every computer just ran Linux, they would be cheaper, forget about it. At most, you will save a couple of bucks. And do you really think, if you're looking at it from a corporation standpoint, do you really think Dell would lower the price if the customers is getting used to pay this, they say, X price all the time? So if they have been used to sell a Dell Tittyplex for $500, do you really think they will lower Dell Tittyplex to $450 because it's on Linux? No, they're trying to sell you for the same price, man. Linux will not give you better and cheaper computers. It just won't. Hey, Nosy. Yeah. A lot of people actually don't know that Lenovo is not only built in China. Lenovo is a Chinese company. IBM, when they sold their laptop division to Lenovo is a Chinese-owned company. Beijing Limited. There you go, buddy. Good old Beijing. So if you were one of those people that are like, yeah, I'm pro-America, I'm buying a Lenovo. Yeah, because you think it's an IBM. Yeah, I'm sorry. I haven't used Pop! OS for a long time. I installed it on my MacBook Pro. Selling a Linux preloaded computer is a specialty item and it will cost more. Not really. Of course they will try and sell it like that. Merch, I have debunked everything you said so much. And you are misunderstanding a lot of things about how computers are being sold, basically. There's a lot of, hey, that's a lot of coffee for me if I save $50. Yeah, but you won't. The world chip shortage is only getting worse. It's best to hang on to your old heart. Yeah, Spin Viking, you are so right. Macs are made in China. Everything is made in China, but Lenovo is a Chinese company. Like, I see a lot of anti-Linux people using Lenovo because they think it's an American-owned company. And yeah. Yeah. The red nipple, the good old red nipple, is owned by the Public Republic. What is it called? The People's Republic of China, or something like that. Yeah, Gateway. Gateway was a retail store, if I'm not mistaken. They just, they just bought things and put it in the store. No, most things are made in China. Of course they are. But you kind of get my rant here, is that it's here's the thing. You can't really live a life that a lot of Linux people really think they can live. They want to live. They can't live in a fair world. There's no fair world. You can't live in a life where everything you own and everything you do is done to the most humane ways possible. You may be able to buy clothes that's done or made in a really, really nice, good, old-fashioned, fair-traded way with, local labor and stuff like that. But then there's other aspects of it that's really fucking crazy. Okay? If you just own a mobile phone, you are using conflict minerals in that phone. That's basically mean it's kind of like plot diamonds to some extent. We are just talking slave labor and child labor here also. And it don't matter if you're running Windows or Linux on that, okay? And thinking that you can, and this is probably one of my biggest problems with society, is that, I'm buying organic, I'm vegan, I'm using this fair trade whatever product, I am using cruelty-free lipstick. Yeah, but what about the clothes you are on? How many animals are being fucking hurt by you using that? The notion that we think that we can better or we can have a better conscience by using X, Y, and Z product. Not really. It's not really doable. You have to live in the woods and be self-sustained by things in the woods. The second you go into modern society, you are compromised. So, do Linux really matter? No, it don't. Yes, you may not sell telemetry on your computer, but you're doing it on your phone. The fact that a lot of people are debating this subject with me on YouTube, it's really laughable to me. Why the fuck are you using Windows? Don't you know that X, Y, and Z? And then they have attached their fucking email address, and I can find where they live. And they're talking about privacy on YouTube. Or they are showing off their latest Apple iPhone or Android phone. And they are bitching and moaning about Windows not being good with telemetry and security. Yeah. Something is rotten in that logic. Just saying. It's a really crazy world we are living in. The only thing, here's the thing: if you want to have a better moral compass, a more ethical compass, go live in the fucking woods, man. Like, honestly, we are all doing things on a daily basis that if people could see us 30 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, they will be shocked. Yeah, that's the saying. Yeah, I know, Esnik. They will be shocked. If your grandfather looked at how you live your life today, they would look at you as you were fucking the devil. Have you willingly giving up this much of your life for these fucking conveniences? Like, you have a credit card. You have online banking. Alone that, in those systems, you're interacting with both Mac systems, proprietary software, open source software, Windows systems, FreeBSD systems, and Linux systems. I love this. Oh, I have not used Linux in 10 years. Of course you have. Have you ever withdrawn money from an ATM? Probably Windows running on those. Have you used your bank, online banking? Yeah, you probably interacted with a Linux computer. Oh, sorry, Windows computer. Or Linux computer, or both. That fantasy world that people think, that it's the same with, like, vegans. I love fucking yelling at vegans. Oh, I'm not killing any fucking animals. What about rodents and critters? Are they not animals also? Do you know how many fucking rodents and critters and bugs, mosquitoes that are being killed in vegan farming? Oh, you only care about things that are cute and do human-like things. That makes sense. But rats, mice, flies, mosquitoes, they're okay to kill. Because we don't eat them. It's so fucking double-sided that it's not even funny. I don't know what Luke Smith does. I stopped watching him like 3 years ago. I would rather go with Acer. Asus is my kind of brand, though. My APU was made in 2019, so it's not new. It does have driver support on Linux. It's better. Better should be. It seems to me that Danish people hate Linux. No! Danish people just don't like bullshit. Don't like bullshit. I don't like bullshit. Like I said, had you just said, yeah, I like Danish because it's free, I don't have to pay for it, I will agree with that. I will be, yeah, cool. Awesome. Awesome. Like, here in Denmark, we learn from an early age to basically see bullshit, okay? There's a lot of, like, unspoken rules in Denmark that we don't tolerate bullshit. And a lot about the things that's going on within Linux, not the technical side of Linux, but within the Linux community, is bullshit. I love Linux. Linux as a technology is amazing. But why people are using it, how people are using it, and how they think it can change the world, and blah 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 and all that shit, is a massive fucking bullshit. I know it's a joke, but a lot of people actually think that. Not that Danish people hate Linux, but a lot of people, they think that people like me hate Linux. Why I made the video, do I dislike Linux? No, I don't. I just don't like the bullshit. That's the... And there are a lot of people like me in the computing world. We don't like the bullshit. We don't like some zealots from the internet telling us that we are bad for using Windows while they are on fucking YouTube. Okay? Okay. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I get you're really proprietary focused. Oh, sorry, privacy focused. With your YouTube channel, with links to your Facebook and your Instagram accounts. And your email publicly available that I just Googled to find your fucking... Well, a lot of your online accounts, basically. Yeah, I get it. You're really privacy focused. That's the it's that kind of bullshit I just can't fucking stand. It's like someone kind of, if you're going like down a dark really road, it's like someone, I'm really against violence, and then they're going to kick their dog. No, I care about you not doing violent things, but I can do violent things. You get your ass kicked here if you're full of shit. Yeah, you kind of to some extent. In Denmark, we more verbally put you down. Danish people hate when the German army cross the border. Actually, they do that twice a year down here. 1864 is a battle we had with the German army down here, and every year there is a parade with Danish and German soldiers to remember that fight. And I think we actually lost that fight. But there's a parade every year to remember the falling soldiers from both sides. And a lot of German army people and Danish army people gather, and we have a small parade for that in my city, because the fort was done in my city. You know, the fight was like 20 minutes from where I live right now on foot. Maybe 40 minutes on foot. So we don't really hate. We don't. The only reason why we actually hate the Germans nowadays is that they can't fucking drive a car to save their life. It's like when German people come to Denmark, they just disregard any fucking common sense on the road. And they drive like fucking assholes. And they eat a lot of sausages. And they make a mess. Like, they don't fucking clean up after themselves. They are fucking messy as shit. And then they leave. That's the problem we have with Germans in my area. They basically treat us like a rented house. Like, they come up, they make a mess, they break fucking things, they get pissed drunk. They throw litter all over the place, they kick out the door and they go home. And now we have to fuck. It's like a frat party, you know, renting out a house. You're renting out a house to a frat party. Here's how stupid they are. A lot of Germans, when they go to the beach, they physically draw a line in the sand and say, this is our place, you can't go in here. A lot of Germans do that, and if you just go over that fucking line, they go crazy on you. Oh, trust me, Esnik. Here's the thing. I wish I could take you with you on a little trip. So if we went to Germany, let's open Google Maps, because this is actually really funny. So let's open up good old Google Maps here. And let's do the satellite picture. So I live here. This is Germany. Where are we? We are here. The German border is around... where the fuck is it now? It's around here. If you go from here with a German and you go down here, like 40 minutes in a car, you see German people drive like fucking angels, man. They drive, like German people in Germany, they really care about their cars. They drive to the law, to the letter. They are massively great. You take the same group of people and you drive with them 30 minutes, 40 minutes up to my little town up here. They are driving like they have never had a fucking driver license in their life. They are driving like fucking old people, drunk people, and they are fucking messing everything up. It's really crazy to see that. Like, I'm not even joking here. It's so fucking crazy. Like, and then you go down here again. Yoink. 30 minutes in a car, 40 minutes to Flensborg. And they are nice people. They are following the lines. They are helping each other out. They are driving like Sunday, you know, going to church people. Again, take them up to my town. And if they could, they would fucking run you over. Like, that's that's why we don't really like Germans that much in Denmark. Is we know how great they are. We know how thoughtful they are. But like I said, when they come to Denmark, a lot of them are treating it like they were fat boys or girls renting a house for a weekend. And just having a big old party and then leaving with everything in the middle of the ground in one big fucking pile of mess. I love letting being free. It makes disco hopping so easy. Yeah, it really does. What's wrong with Germans? There's nothing wrong with Germans. Germans are nice people. They're great people. Germans have always been racist. That's just plainly untrue. That's there are no more racist in fucking Germany than there is in Denmark, Sweden, Norway, anywhere in the world. To some extent, they are trying more to not be it because of their past, to be honest. I remember living in Germany and they told me to go back home. Yeah, so here's how crazy the world is. I was born here, in this area here. I have lived over here for many years, and now I live down here. So I don't speak the native tongue. I don't speak the native dialect or accent. I am being told to go back to Devil's Island. That's what they call this island here. Sjælland. They call it Devil's Island. Because everyone from over here is basically devils. Because these people over here don't like these people. This one here is neutral. These over here are snobs that thinks they are too good for their own goods and they think they are smart and better than anyone else. These over here are basically what you would call farmers. So look at this a little bit like the southern people in the States and look like these like people from LA. You know, that's kind of the difference between these two places here. This is like LA snobs, you know, the thing, we have all the dates and creators, we are fucking, you know, we are better than you because we have, you know, we have sunshine all the time and running to the beach and blah, blah. And these over here is just like fucking their sisters and their cousins and shooting squirrels in the backyards. That's how that's how that works. In a small fucking country with 5.8 million of people called Denmark. If I tell people I'm from over here, they judge me right away. If I go visit my family and they can hear that I don't talk the native accent, they judge me from being over here. I'm a farmer, I have no fucking brain. We live in small houses and, like I said, having fucking intercourse with sheeps and stuff like that. It's a universal fucking thing that people are messed up in their head, basically. Take 2 years to get your full driver license in Australia. So if you are a bad driver, there's no excuse for it. I wish more countries would do that, Tomic. Please. Don't use it. It's not free. Google Maps. I like it. Everyone is an asshole in their own way. 100% agree with that. I 100% agree with that. But yeah, that's like when I visit my family. When I used to go out clubbing, I like go clubbing in this town here. It's one of the biggest towns in this area of this island. But I didn't talk 100% natively. So they heard that. They're like, hey, are you from that other place? No, I'm actually born. My birth certificate say I'm born here. I lived here up till 1st grade. Then you're not one of us then. Well, I technically am. No, you're not one of us. I'm not joking here. I got kicked out of a bar in this town because I didn't have the native accent. They're like, oh, you sound like you're coming from over here. And there are people with, let's say, gang affiliation that don't like those kind of people. So it's best for you if you leave now. That has happened more than once. So yeah. Fun things! My mother visited Denmark back in the early 90s and loved it. She had friends from Macedonia who moved to Denmark when Yugoslavia was broke out. Oh, that's the one of my old friends was stationed in Yugoslavia when the war was out. He was one of the first Danish troops to go into Yugoslavia. But yeah, Denmark is a nice place. It's a place like anyone else. We have our faults. We have our, strong suits. We have things we're not doing that good. We have things we do great. We have good people. We have bad people. We have racists. We have not racist people. We have friendly, nice, young, old, middle-aged people. Just like anywhere in the world. Where you're born don't automatically make you a bad or better person. I kind of hate that, to be honest. I hate that notion. I hate people judging other people and condemning other people from just because they were born in a specific location. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. It really don't. It really don't. Creating Windows 10 in a VM, it's been stuck at 0% for 15 minutes. How much info do I need? How much RAM, how much CPU cores have you given that Windows 10 machine? And how big of a hard drive? Oh, you fled from Bosnia because of the war. Yeah, war fucking sucks, man. War sucks. I actually have worked with people from Bosnia. Really, really, really great people. Yeah, but it could be so. It could also just be the virtual machine having a problem. I would try and don't install Windows on anything less than 8 gigs of RAM. And don't install Windows on anything less than 4 cores. And give it at least 40 to 60 gigabytes of hard disk space. That should at least give you like you can install it on less specs than that, but I would not do it. Heck, I don't recommend people using Linux on systems under 4 gigs of RAM and 4 cores anymore. I really don't. Like, Linux is becoming a massive hog. Are there bars and cinemas in Sønderborg? Could you go out in Sønderborg, or is it like a... No, it's like, it's one of the biggest towns in my area of Denmark. It's one of the 5th or 6th biggest towns in Denmark. It's like, look at my town is kind of a little bit as a small suburb to a big city. So if you look at the outskirts of, let's say, Denver, but just like with way less people. We have everything here that you could want to do. Bars, cinemas, shopping malls, fitness, educational places. It's just a really, really, compared to the United States, it's a massive small town. But there's everything you would need here. It's not like you're living out in the boonies. There's like 10k to the nearest neighbor. I live in the outskirts of my city. I have 10 minutes on foot to the nearest shop. 30 minutes to standing in the middle of the city. Sadly, I'm so poor that I never could leave Germany. Yeah, I'm the same here, my friend. 4 gig of RAM, 50 gigs of disk space, that should be enough. 2 cores. Should be more than yeah, I would go with 4 cores, man. I would go with 4 cores. Like, again, you should be able to run it on more than on less than 4 cores, but I would give it 4 cores. You don't need 6 gig of RAM to run Windows. It's just, if you're starting to, here's the thing. Here's the thing, people. There is a difference getting your operating system installed and running and using it. You can get Linux installed on a 1 core, 2 gig or 1 gig system. Then you start to open up Firefox and Chrome, and you're opening up all of these fucking tabs, man. You're watching these videos, you're doing other things in the back end. And now you need more cores and more CPU. I honestly believe that if you want to do stuff with Linux, don't go under 4 gigs of RAM. And 4 cores. 2 cores can kind of do it, but I will say 4 cores if you can allocate that to a VM. Because when you start to open up tabs, you start to go to Google Maps, you start to compile, you start to code. It's eating stuff up, man. And it's the same with Windows. Can you install Windows on a 1 core or 2 core and 2 gig of RAM? Yeah. But then you're starting to open up all your Pornhub tabs, and you're looking at your emails, and you're talking to Esnik about getting his bikini pictures so you can put them up in full size on your wall. Now it's just not cutting it anymore. I ran Windows 10 in a virtual machine with 4 cores and 4 gigs of RAM for years with no problem. And I do the same with Linux. I give my Linux machines now, I give them 4 cores and 8 gigs of RAM. That's my go-to now with Linux. Because I started to notice that when I used 4 gig of RAM, they were starting to, especially on the live streams here, where I am, when I start to open up a lot of tabs and stuff like that, and we are probably also doing a little bit of coding, and sometimes when I was compiling and we do stuff like that in virtual machines, Linux started to get fucking slow, man. So I bumped it up to 8 gigs. Yeah, bikini pictures, yeah. So there's a difference between just getting your operating system up and running and then actually using it. Linux is not that more resource friendly than Windows is. It is a little bit, but not that much. Especially when you're using something like Cinnamon, GNOME, KDE, XFCE. Then you're starting to creep up in RAM and CPU cycles. It's what it is, you know. The days where you ran Linux on a 1 core, 1 gig system is just not there anymore. Of course you can use 4 gigs of RAM. Of course you can. Like, but I'm saying if you want a good experience, if you want to use your system and you want to use it heavily, kind of need to go a little bit over 4 gigs. Like I said, I can install Linux on a 1 core, 1 gig RAM system. I'm just not getting the same experience if I'm running it on 4 cores and 4 gig, or 4 cores and 8 gig. It's this. Again, it's a misconception a lot of Linux users use to bend the truth of the matter. Oh. No. Oh my god, I haven't done bash in fucking months, man. Yeah, Morris, you have no idea. Here's the thing. Know your operating system. Windows utilize something called predictable loading or preloading or pre-caching or whatever the fuck you want to call it. So Windows look at the most used programs that you use. And if you have RAM available to do it, it preloaded into RAM. So the more RAM you have, the more RAM it will be using. Linux don't do that, or some Linux environments don't do that. It's, again, know your operating system, know the technologies behind. So here's the thing. You install Linux and you see a CPU behavior and a RAM behavior. You install FreeBSD, you see another CPU and RAM behavior. You install macOS and you see a third RAM and CPU behavior. You install Windows and you see a fourth CPU and RAM behavior. And then you're coming to the conclusion, oh, this system is better because it's doing these things more efficient or with less resource than other systems. What if there's a reason why that they are doing that? What if it's actually a symptom of having more resources than the base system need, like with precaching and stuff like that? Again, I'm speechless because it makes no sense. It has nothing to do with the CPU. That's Spin Viking. No. That's not. That's definitely not the case. You will probably not even notice the telemetry with Linux, with Windows. Sorry, it's that optimized. You will probably not noticing it. And if there is a performance hit, we may say a percentage, if even that. You have 16 gigs of RAM because you play a lot of MMOs. That's actually a really good idea. I ran Linux on a toaster-owned oven, but on Windows you cannot run Windows on a 5th gen. You are talking about Windows 11 now. Because of TPM. Windows 10 is still officially supported, so it's also an official version. You can, however, run Windows 10 on that system. Bending the truth to fit a narrative you want in your head don't mean it factual. With everything I have, I am using 6.6 gigs of RAM. I don't even know what I'm live streaming, running so here. This is my Windows system right now. Running a VirtualBox. I'm using 10 gig out of 31 gigabytes. Look at all of the fucking shit I have opened down here. Look at the CPU usage. 8+ gig of this RAM up here is done by Linux. Okay? And you will get the same thing on the Linux. Why is my RAM that much? Well, I have a lot of fucking tabs open. I have a lot of things going on in here. Plus, I have a lot of things that are being, live streaming and stuff like that also takes out RAM. It's been up for over 2 days. I'm only utilizing 17-18% of my system, and we're running Windows 11. Like, you're telling me Windows is a really fucking resource hog? I just don't see it. And again, understand why your system is behaving the way it does. Look at the processes. You know, I have all kind of fucking shit open here. Antiviruses, peripheral software to control my mouse and keyboard and all of that fuck. I have Philips Hue systems running, and like, I am not good to my Windows machine. Hey Tinker, I am abusing my Windows machine. I am abusing the fucking shit out of my Windows machine. And if I ran this under Linux, it would be almost the same usage. Okay? The CPU would be around the same, the memory use would be around the same. Hey Tinker. Windows is really optimized nowadays. And it was the same under Windows 10. Don't go to DistroWatch or search for us in Windows. Sniveling little twerps are putting corrupt ISOs in there. Oh, really? Well, then those corrupted ISOs should also be there under Linux, though. The more RAM you have, the more the system is willing to use to make it run better. I don't mind that Windows does that. Exactly, like I said, it's pre-caching. It's running more programs from memory instead of from the hard drives, and a lot of, like, okay, in 2004, in 2010, and you said, and you told me that Linux was massively faster than Windows, I would agree with you 100,000%. Nowadays, the performance difference between Windows and Linux is so small that if you didn't know what operating system you're on, you could not tell me that you were running Windows or Linux. If I spin you around on a chair and blindfolded you, and you were in Virtual Studio Code, or you were in a game and stuff like that, a lot of times you could not even fucking tell me, are you running Windows 10, 11, or Linux? And if you can't tell me that on a reliable basis, is it really that much faster? Come on, dude. With how no, not talk about Windows 10. You cannot run Windows well on a 4 gig RAM any gen. You can't run Linux that well if you start to open more than 2 tabs. Try Windows 10 or 11 on Intel Atom. Again, you don't, Morris, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but you don't understand operating systems. You really don't. You really don't. You don't understand operating systems. You don't understand what the kernel is doing, what its job is. You probably don't even know what let's say, RAM scheduling, memory protection is, RAM scheduling, CPU scheduling is, and stuff like that. You don't. I don't barely know that. I barely don't know that. That's why I don't criticize X, Y, and Z's operating system for using X, Y, and Z's resources. I do criticize in desktop environments under Linux. So if XFC is using 500 megabytes of RAM, KDE is using 450, and GNOME is using 2 gigs of RAM by idling, yeah, we can start to bitch and moan about that. Because we know that that's a problem within the desktop environment. But until you know why GNOME is using more RAM than XFCE, you can't really criticize it. It's what's called a Monday quarterback, or armchair quarterback. You're trying to become an expert in something you're not an expert in, and you're trying to talk with authority in something you're not an expert in. Okay? I have not run it on an Intel Atom, but I have talked to plenty of people that have. And yes, Linux runs better on low resource hardware, but Windows also runs better on other hardware. Again, I have a cousin that fucks their fucking dog's sister's chicken. So now everyone is fucking their sister's dog's chickens, whatever the fuck I just said. There is a difference between something being a fact and something just being an opinion or something just being a fairy tale. Or what is it called? Observation. Observation, I think is another word. All the things you're telling me right now is not based on fact. They're based on observations, anecdotes. There you go, anecdotes. None of that is fact. If you want to change my mind, find a piece of paper that's done in as scientific way as possible, in an as fair way as possible, that shows me those numbers. Show me a white papers that have been done in studies where they compare apples to apples with Linux and Windows. I will change my mind. This is a good example. Me and Tinker, we live in Denmark. If we never go outside the Danish border and we didn't know anything about other countries, we would think that Danish was the most spoken language in the world. Because we don't know any better. We only hear Danish, and we speak Danish, and we write Danish. We are living in a Danish bubble. Then we start to become, there come an English guy in, and he speaks English, like, what are you doing here? Then a German guy is coming in, what the fuck are you doing here? What are you saying, my friend? So we are being challenged. We thought that Danish was the most spoken language because that's the only thing we hear. And you can't run Linux on a toaster. I have never seen my toaster. I actually have a toaster, and it don't have an operating system. It's done in an analog circuit. So say that you could. What do people mean by saying they can run Linux on a toaster? Understand the meaning of the words. It means that you can run Linux on low resources computers. What define a low resource computer? 1 core, 2 cores? Who knows? You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry, you need to educate yourself in that matter. Don't you know that if you download a corrupt ISO with Linux, and the GNU will uncorrupt the ISO for you? All hell with installment. At work we are running a machine with Windows 10, i5, Gen 4 and 4 gigs runs fine until you open Chrome and you have more than 5 tabs. Blame the browser. Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing. Again, Tinker, it's good to have you in here. It's good to have you in here. I hate when non-IT people are telling IT people how the IT world works and what they are doing. Intel Atom, ask Tinker for fun and autonomy. He has probably run Windows on an Atom processor. He's probably also run Linux on an Atom processor. And just because you have had bad experience with Windows, did you set it up right? Did you use a slimmed down version of Windows that was meant and built for Atom processors? Or did you just download a free version of Windows 10? There are so many variables in here that you have not taken account for. Again, it's non-IT people telling IT people how to do their job. It's like me going to a 5 fucking star chef and telling him how to prepare a steak for me. It's not my expertise. And I'm getting really frustrated about that narrative in the Linux community. Oh, we can run Linux on a toaster. Oh, Linux is optimized for this. Oh, this and this. And then we look at all of the benchmark and studies. And if Linux is better, we are talking really massively, not massively, we are talking really, really small percentages better than anyone else. if Windows is better than Linux in some aspects, because Windows is faster than Linux in some aspects, that is some workloads. It's only a couple of percentages, if that, faster than Linux. What is that telling us? It's telling us that you will not noticing it. They will not noticing it. They sell Windows on an Atom. Yeah, they probably do. I don't care. I don't know. It makes no sense. What you want here, and it really fucking irritates me right now. You just want me to say that Linux is faster and better and take less resources than Windows. You want me to say that. I will never say that because that's not the case. So you can come with all the examples you want. I will never say that because you have not proven anything to me. You just said stuff. I have talked to a lot of IT. I've been messing around with this fucking shit for over 30 years now. Talking to IT people, okay? When I talk to someone in the IT industry, I shut the fuck up and listen. And you know what they are telling me? That Windows and Linux is almost the same when we talk performances. Windows and Linux is almost the same when we are talking security. It all depends on the workload and the situation you put the system in. What kind of servers you're running it on, what kind of desktops you're running it on. There is no... Prove it, yeah, prove it. I don't know what you want me to prove. That Windows is being sold on an Intel Atom processor? It probably is. Can we please change the subject? Yeah, I think we should. It's... Man. Here's the thing, there is no universal best operating system for everything. It will never happen. And if you think Linux is universally the best, you are so misguided, man. Oh, I forgot that I needed a browser. I'm getting all sweaty in here. I fucking hate that shit. It's like talking to Richard Stallman while he's high on his own fucking fungus from his foot. What am I doing here? I can't even remember. Oh, we're downloading. We're cloning. Downloading the AUR. Oh, not the AUR. Downloading, yay. And then this down here needs to be an interactive script. Or not interactive. What the fuck am I saying? We need to have a user input that puts it into a variable and then put it into the string. That's what I'm trying to say. What we should do if we want to promote something is showing us doing stuff on that something. Yeah, I couldn't... Yeah, I think what you're saying is that we should, instead of talking about something, show it. I think that's what you mean, right? Like, instead of saying that this is better or this can do this, show them that. It's kind of like, don't tell me you love me, show me you love me. I think that's kind of what you're coming from. Again, I'm guessing here. This is probably spelled wrong. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we need to do some sleep. I will explain why I'm doing these things later on. I fucked up. What we should be doing is we should be clearing before the echo command. Because then we are getting a clear screen. Oh. I will read your guys' comments in a second. I just want to get a little bit done with this one here, if that's okay. And then clear. And then clear. I can run Windows 7. If you can't run Windows 7 on a 4-core CPU, but I can run Windows on a 4-core CPU. That makes no sense. Should I go outside without pants and to promote myself? It depends if you have a if you have a massive ding-a-ling-ding-dong-dong-dong. That could be a good idea, but you could also end up going into jail. Just saying. Yes, there is this engineer guy, CN Lothar. He is doing stuff on Linux Mint, and he's so cool that nobody's... he's so cool that nobody says you should run arts. That's because he knows what the fuck he's talking about. So this is the fun thing about nerds. They think they are really smart. And then you find people that they think they are smarter than, and then they're telling them what to do. But if he's like showing people that he's smarter than they are, they shut the fuck up. They shut the fuck up. I'm not saying that Linux is better, but it can run faster than Windows on some. Yeah, again, on some. I promote all systems. I don't work for Windows or Linux. Exactly, he does shit. Yeah, and then that shit that he do is so over the technical knowledge of 99% of the nerds, so they don't judge him. I've run Windows on those also, Maurice. I have. There always needs to be an alpha nerd. Yeah, I don't get that. It's fucking irritating. It's fucking irritating. I've installed Arch the way most people do it, but didn't use Arch mod because I like to work smart and not hard. Yeah, and oh, this is another subject that can get me really aggravated. Like I said, I can't remember who the fuck said it, but dumb people admire complexity, smart people admire simplicity. And if there's something Linux people really are good at, is overcomplicating simple things, because they think it makes them look fucking smart. And I'm so against that, man. And here's the thing. 99.9% of anyone commenting on YouTube videos and making YouTube videos are average fucking people. Okay? They have an average intelligence. They are living an average life. And it's... If you think you are not... Here's the thing. If you're an intelligent person, what the fuck are you doing on YouTube comment sections? If you're an intelligent person, what the fuck are you telling? Why are you telling other people how to do things the correct way, and why are you not doing it yourself? If you're really an intelligent person, Why the fuck are you not the next Elon Musk, or making a shit ton of money, or being a massively good programmer or developer? I'm talking about dual-core, 4-core CPUs before I know, and I have run Linux and Windows on them. I've run Windows ever since fucking Windows 3.11, okay? I have run Linux since 1995. And I run Windows on all kind of fucking systems it should not be running on. I'm running Linux now on a fucking 2011 MacBook Pro. And I'm running macOS. You know what? They run just as good. I can't see a difference in resources or performances between the Windows part, or sorry, the macOS part or the Linux part. It don't get more warmer, it don't get colder, it's not using more or less RAM. No difference. For me, I don't like the look of Arch Cinnamon. Linux Mint Cinnamon looks better to me. You can just theme that. You can just build that. I already see a problem with what I'm doing here. Or why this may not be a good idea. Because we are clearing after each command. So we are not actually seeing if there is a bug. But then the script will stop, I hope. So I will go down line by line. I haven't done the shebang or what, hash bang or what it's called up here, but I will go down line by line. I need some hash tagging here. I'm not done yet. The more commenting you can do, the better. Oh, I fucked up here. I'll read your guys' comments in a second. I just want to get this done. Linux, and that is a good reason to choose one over the other. Whatever works for you. Cinnamon Debian asks, Mint does their own theme and they work well. Yeah, you can actually download the Mint theme. Yeah, you're right, your Mans. No, I know, Moritz, but you just don't understand what me and other people are trying to tell you. You don't understand it. I'm sorry. You don't understand what we are trying to sell you. And if you don't understand it, the conversation is mute. It looks like you just want to be right. And that's not a way you can have a productive conversation. Me and others has tried to tell you that that's not how things. They may seem like that, but that's not how they work. And you're coming up with examples to make you seem right. And again, you must not understand either what we are trying to tell you, so we are not doing a good enough job of explaining us, or you are too emotionally invested into it to not being willingly on a subconscious level to accept it, that we are disagreeing or trying to tell you something, or there's just a language barrier. And we can't have that conversation because we are talking about, we are going in circles here, my friend. Okay, we are going in circles. And that's not productive for any one of us, okay? No, you don't have to be sorry. It's just like, it's just what it is. I need to be better at stopping that conversation way before myself, but I get invested in it just as you do. You know, I want people to understand me, and if I feel people don't understand me, I see it a little bit like I have failed. So I do my best to make sure people understand me, and sometimes to too much an extent, to be honest. I don't stop because I really want people to understand me, and I see it as a failure, and it makes me sad, it makes me irritating if people don't understand me. And I know that's a character flaw on my side. How's the weather? It's kind of good, to be honest. When I code, I forget to tell my future self what code is doing. Yeah, and that, again, I will explain what I'm doing, and we are going to talk about that. I can run on older hardware if it's standalone, meaning in virtual machines or dual booting. Did you get Windows to install Spin Viking? So my code is hard for people to read. I need to work on it to make it easy readable. I'm trying just to state what I witnessed. I'm not trying to be right. Yeah, and we are stating what we have witnessed. And then you're being like, yeah, but you guys are wrong because I witnessed this. Like I said, antidotes is not a fact. 16 degrees. I don't even know what the fuck it is in Denmark. Let's see. What do we have right now? We have 11 degrees and sunshine. I find that future me is not as smart as current me. Use more white spaces in between the code makes it easier to read. No, still 0%. There must be something wrong with the virtualization software, something like that, Spring Viking. It makes no sense to me. So, this script is not done, it's not 100% correct, but I will try and convey why I'm doing the things I do, because I am in that situation that I see a lot of you guys are. I do coding for like a month, and then 6 months later, I'm like, oh, I worked on these coding projects. Let me pick that up again. So I don't code every day. I code rarely. So, 55, yeah, I will... Spin Viking. Here's what I would be doing. I would try and install Linux on the same VM. So just change the ISO and try and install a Linux distribution on the same VM you just made for Windows. And see if that works. If that works, there's either something wrong with your ISO or with the virtualization software. If you can't install Windows or Linux on the same virtual machine you just made, there's something wrong with the virtual machine software or the virtual machine settings in of itself. 24 degrees, sunny. I just don't see Linux running with an old PC. Or Windows. It will. Again, there's so many people doing it. Anyway. We need the... let's just do this here. Google bash cheat sheet, okay? Google bash cheat sheet. It's your best friend in the world. Have this bookmarked. It's your best friend in the world. So we are declaring the environment. So what I like to do, I like to pretend that anything I do in a script or in Python or anything like that is going to be looked at by the most stupid person in the world. AKA myself. Okay? I am building this so I understand it in 6 months. So that means a lot of commenting, a lot of white spaces, as Esnik is saying, to make it more readable. I may not do things that are like best practices. Yeah, try that, Spin Viking. Let me know how it goes. So I may not do things that you say, oh, this is not the best practices. No, I do things that makes it easier for me to understand in the future. So I do a lot of commenting with hashtags here. And here's what I really would be doing. I would also be doing this, to be honest. I'll be doing something like this. And I would be doing something like this here. I would also be doing stuff like this. If I'm really anal. If I'm really anal. And especially if I'm using commands that, like, here's the thing. We all know what echo is. We all know what clear is. We all know what sleep is. But when we're going down here, when I'm going to implement user input and we're going to make a variable, I will be doing stuff like this up here. I will be like, this is a user input, and this is the variable we get from the user input, and this is how we use it. So I do my best to explain everything that's going on. So again, I'm trying to make a script that as the stupidest guy in the world can read in 6 months myself. And I need script. So let me explain. You see a lot of gobbledygoo going on up here. I like when I'm running a command with my script that after each command it do a clear command. Oh. Because it looks neat. You are not being you're not being confused by what has been going on. So if we do this here and we do this down here, we read all of this up here first. This is how the human mind is built. We read from the top to the bottom. So I like that when my scripts are working, and again this can be a really bad downfall, and I will go into that. But when I'm doing something, I like my script to do something like this, and then we can do echo. Hey, so it's printing out hey. Then it's clearing. Then it's doing DLLs command. Then it's clearing again. And then we are doing echo. Done. And then after a certain amount of time, it's clearing the screen again. So you're only seeing what the code or the script is doing right now. How is this bad? Well, you have to scroll up, and you can't do that in some environments. But if there is a problem, you don't really catch it. So if I do this, you can see here, command not found, command not found, command not found, command not found. So there's this downfall is that if there is a problem, you don't catch it. But I like to not confuse myself or the user by only having what's going on right now on the screen. I hope this makes sense for you guys. So I am changing neatness, understandableness, and convenience and easiness of understanding the script versus the debugging aspect of it. So if the script don't work, this is what I want people to do. Then go and look at my script, or I will do this myself. I've done this plenty of times. One day the script works, 6 months later the script don't work. So I'm just going and I'm just copying these commands and then pass them into the terminal to see what's going on. Basically running it in verbose mode, so to speak. So I like that when my script is running, the only thing you see in the terminal is what the script is doing. And I like to also explain to the user what's going on, why I'm doing a lot of these echo things here. I am now going to update your system. Or have you remembered to update the system before you run the script? The script is now going to install the development environment. The user is getting prompted by this, or being told, I am now going to install Git, and then it sleeps for 2 to 3 seconds. We can mess around with that later on if I want to. And then it's running its command and clearing the screen. So the user is always informed on the screen here about what is going to be done next. So if they want, they can do Control-C. They still have time to do Control-C. I really like that. That's again, that's just me, but I really like that. So I am doing a lot of unnecessary things. I am explaining in the script what I'm doing with these comments here, and if it's things that I know is not normal, commonly known things, I go into great details about what that specific function or variable is doing. And I'm also telling the user, hey, idiot, I'm going to fucking update whatever. Or hey, idiot, I'm going to install base del. Or hey, idiot, I'm going to install Git. So the user, meaning me, I know what the fuck is going on with the script. We could do error code checking and stuff like that. That's no need for that right now. But this is like how I approach scripting on anything and with any language. Detailed as possible, and that makes sense, of course. Commenting in the script itself, and as detailed and as informational command prompt outputs or dialog boxes or what the fuck you will call it in the script, and only showing the user what's going on right now. You don't have legacy text on the screen. Like I said, like if we like again here, you know, stuff like this here can get really fucking frustrated to look at. So that's my scripting philosophy, if you can call it that. As much information as you possibly can give in the text file or in the script, showing or telling the user in detail but as simple as possible what's going on so they know what's going on. Clearing the screen so the user only see as being shown what's actually going on. I hope this makes sense. Okay, I will try Peppermint 10. I was rebuilding my ISO last night and the process slowed down to a crawl. I think my spinning rusty hard drive is dying. Yeah, I have an uncle in Scottsdale. I have some friends that I game with that that live in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's kind of like my FPS going from 100 to 1 FPS. My FPS does not drop. The PC and audio slows down. I want a sugar mama in Scottsdale. Well off and older, that's Scottsdale. Yeah, is Scottsdale not like this retirement place, you know, where elderly people with a lot of money go to retire, like, you know, people like goes to Florida. there's a thing with too many comments. They also need to be updated when you update the code. Yeah, exactly, Tinker, exactly. And I also do that. Again, it has to make sense. You can't commenting about everything. Like I said, we all know that what clear does. Everyone should know what echo does. Oh shit, that's not a good idea. You know, everyone should know what sleep does, so I don't have to commenting that out. Has this been a script I would be showing someone learning bash script for the first time? I would be commenting everything out. I will be making a comment for every command. But I do expect that people have a basic understanding about bash. So like you said, depends on the situation, and if you're putting too many comments in there, it's confusing. But like again, have you said to me, can't make a basic bash script to teach me about bash scripting? I'll be commenting every line out to make sure that you know what's going on, but that's not how I would make a script for myself. Scottsdale has some great places to eat. Ooh, I'm getting hungry now. Terminal for Life made a nice little script in the last video. No comments, but the code had a layout that you could just read it. Yeah, I honestly think you should do commenting. Because when you're starting to do a little bit of things that are not normally used, so when you go out to do variables, you know, complex variables that is, and you go out and do, let's say, string conversion, you're looking at arrow handling, probing for arrows, or package checking, or processes checking, and all of those kind of things. You kind of need to explain what's going on. But like I said, clear, echo, sleep, you know, the Pac-Man command, you know, this is an art script. You should know what this means. So there's no need for me to do that, to explain that, unless this was a script meant as a teaching tool. There's a difference there. I have a horrible scripting practices. I figure if I wrote it, I know what the code is doing. Yeah, I have watched your scripts, man. Actually, we have some of them in here. Scripts, here you go. Easy admin. So this is our ethnic script. And it's understandable. If you have basic bash scripting knowledge, you kinda understand this. So here's what I would be doing with this script. I would explain what this means. I would explain what this means. I would explain... Oh, my watch just went off. I would explain what this does. What this does. I would explain what this does. I wouldn't explain anything there. I wouldn't explain anything there. I would explain why you're doing this. I would explain why you're doing this down here. This you don't need to explain. This you kinda don't need to explain. This you could explain. And I would explain what these things down here mean. So not much I would be commenting out. It's just, like I said, this here is not commonly done under Linux. This here is not commonly done under Linux. You know, this thing here is not commonly done under Linux. I look at a script and I'm like, okay, how often is someone going to do this? Or potentially be doing this? And if something that they rarely do, or is like once in a blue moon, I like to explain what it does. Both to, so I remember it, and so they'll remember it if they look at the code. But a lot of stuff down here, like this one here, needs no explanation whatsoever. Also, the new line down here, you can do that in here. Like, there's different ways of doing new lines. To take up less lines of code, basically. But this one down here, I would explain why you're removing these things here. So I would be doing something like this here. And, oh, what the fuck am I doing? Huh? Oh, I'm looking at it in the terminal. Fucking hell, I'm stupid. I opened it in the terminal. Hey, take care, Humming Beast. Take care. Yeah, let's fucking hell, I'm stupid. Let's open it with Virtual Studio. Oh my god, that's my bad. That's my bad. Yeah, I would be like explaining that the key reset. So removing, you know, the TNU key and removing the sync, and you know, explain a little bit more of why I'm doing it. So there's not much that I would actually change, to be honest. There's not much I would change. Where is the... Here it is. And let's do theme. Let's do this one there. Close. Yeah, there's not much I would change. Maybe here, do a comment here and say this function down here is going to remove some keys and import and reset some keys and stuff like that. This one here, I would explain what it does. The user... What is it? User cache log something? Clean user cache. Yeah, I would definitely explain what this does, because I'm getting a little bit confused. You're linking some libraries. You're removing... Oh, you're removing your cache folder. And then you're relinking it. This is really... You're sending it to multi-target. I think this could have been done in a way easier way. Here, enabling the firewall, not much... Again, I would just be up here. This function enables the firewall. But like when you're doing stuff like this here, I would explain it. I would explain why you're doing this. Clean primary cache on... Oh, it's because you're doing it on boot. Ah, okay. See you. Okay. Gotcha. So I will not put much more comment into it. Why are you using version 3 and not version 2? Or you have... Here, did you copy paste all of this? Define functions. And then you have a disclaimer. Yeah, I would be doing this. I would be doing something like this instead, and then I would do something like this. End of functions. To make it a little bit more visual where the functions are, and if it was an object-oriented system, I'd be like, this is the object part of it. I'll be doing something like this here, yeah. And then I will explain what these down here is. So these are basically functions that you're calling. Welcome. Handle error. Welcome. It looks like it looks a lot like you copy-pasted some stuff here, man. Yep, I agree with that. It was just that his layout code style was very nice to read. Yeah, I'm sure. Again, some people just have really great typing skills. When I was a teenager, I started a little project with a university guy. I was trying to learn C. I really want to learn C, to be honest. Or C sharp. Or C++, sorry, C++. I actually have a book, C++ for Dummies. I haven't read it yet. So I came with the code, and he began the layout coding in the proper way. A lot of developers actually do that. There are people writing the code, and then there are people making it pretty. for lack of a better word. Or making it up to the standard or the specification within the company or whatever they're doing. Need to go to, it's lunchtime. Yeah, go have fun, Scott. I got upset, but today I understand why. It's a little bit like I can't talk to you on Discord right now, Mois. And honestly, this we can't talk about it. This conversation is done. The one we had, we can still talk about other things, but that conversation is already, it's done. It's over. Yeah, I kind of see it like you're building this work and then someone is butchering it in your eyes. I totally get that. The bit is creating a system D unit that runs script to clean the user cache before it happens. Or before login happens. That thing you just said me, make that in a comment down there. Do that in a comment down there. Because then, let's say, Tinker, while he's drunk out of his ass, is looking at your code. He knows exactly what's going on. I don't use any of it when I do an arts. Yeah, but what he's doing here, Mois, is different from building an arts ISO. This has nothing to do with building an arts ISO. This here is an administration task to run under Arch Linux to admin Arch Linux. It has nothing to do with building an ISO, and you should understand and know that by just looking at it. If I'm not mistaken, it's in here. This is what the script is. I like that little information there. So we can list failed services. There is none. Oh. And it's taking us back to the menu. We can check journal logs. So that's 2 if I'm not mistaken here. And there is some kernel logs here. Let's just exit out of this one here. We can run system. Oh, so we can clean up journal space. So that's number 3. I like this. We can run system updates. That's number 4. Like what I was talking about here is that he's clearing the screen, running the command. When it's done, taking you back to the menu. Really good thing to do. Reset all Pac-Man keys. I don't want to do that. Clear user cache on next boot. Let's just do that for the sake of it. User. So here's how I would do it. I would just clear the user cache right now. I wouldn't wait till next boot. I don't want to regenerate the mirror list, and I don't want to enable the firewall services. Let's press X. Oh, let's press X. Yeah, I like it. What I like about it, it sounds really stupid. But I like that when you're running a command, it's showing you only that command running. And when it's done, it's taking you back to the menu selection screen. Because you're not confusing the user, and the script is only showing the user the information that is relevant for the task it's doing right now. Again, simplicity, simplicity, simplicity. I like that. I really like that. What is this package builds? Oh, you actually have Trizen in here as a package build. Bim, 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 bim. I don't watch this to this fucking techno babble. Open swap. Hooks, install, package build. I should learn these package build files. I haven't looked at them at all. Also, okay. He's just using them for his install script. Close! Sorry, ISO generation. What is this? Compile an XKP keyboard description to the key map suitable for load key or KPD control. It's actually from Debian. So it's taking the package version. And that's the one up here, that's the variable up here. I always found if-else statements to be really stupid. Like, they are really great. It's kind of like, do this or do that. Do this or do that. Do this or do that. If not, do this. It's a little bit like talking to a child. Like, but it's really efficient. Like, they've been in coding since almost the inception of coding. It's like, go over there, do that thing. If not, do that thing. And if that thing happened, go over and do that thing. It's actually really simple when you think about it. There's the calamaris. Settings. etc. Calamaris. Oh, so, okay. So this is where he gets his branding and stuff like that. Slideshow. Forward button, new button. I haven't looked into the calamaris installer at all. This just go really far over my understand. What don't you understand, humans? I would love to see if I can explain some of it for you. Granted, I have only basic knowledge about all of these things. Guides. Ooh. That's a long fucking command. Docs. What? Why are you having guides and docs in two separate places? Why not have docs and guides in the same? Getting started, arts ISO. This is actually really good, this one here. Learning is great. Learning is great. Oh, here it is. I had a problem finding his fucking password. I'm waiting for Spin Viking to tell me how his Mint install is going to be is doing. But please take the user passwords away from the live ISO. It's unnecessary, man. I don't get what you're doing for the last fight. I'm looking at Esnix. So when you install Easy Archer, let's delete these things. Oh, no, that's the script that I have. Let's delete this one here. So when you install Easy Archer, you get this Easy Archer folder. We're just looking at that, and then we have looked at his script, his package builds, and his guides, and his documentation. Refractor Pac-Man hook. The guides are more original arts installs. The docs are my own written. I will still put them in the same folder, man. I will still put them in the same folder. It really don't matter, to be honest. So this is your... Yeah, this is how to install Arts the Arts way, right? Yeah. You can just copy-paste this into the command line to install Arts the Arts way. Yeah, I would... because these are install guides, so I would just make a folder in here under docs called install guides. So I would be like... Oh, I can create a new folder, but I would just create a new folder and then call it install guides. Or just, you know, do stuff like that. I crossed the 2K. I did? Thank you. I will probably lose a lot of subscribers for this talk here. Yeah, my, which one was it? The accent color video with the Linux experiment did quite well for me. And the 25 plus years with Linux did really well for me. I honestly thought nobody would want to watch that video. I did a lot of experimentation with you know, putting in video clips and stuff like that to make it easier to watch when it's a talking head. And the other talking head I did was another experiment where I had the gameplay with Elite Dangerous running. So I think I would do a mixture between those depending on what I am. Sometimes I will put in some virtual egg, because that video, 25 plus years at Linux, was over an hour long, or close to an hour long. Unedited. Almost an hour long. And I edited it down to whatever it is right now. And I did a lot of editing jumble mumble to make it a little bit more watchable. But it took a fucking long time to do, man. A really long time. And then I did the Elite Dangerous one. That didn't, I just had to record some gaming footage. So it didn't take that long. But I did it also because I wanted to experiment and be more comfortable doing object tracking in DaVinci Resolve. So I want to do more about that with that also, but it takes a lot of fucking time doing that. Especially if it's not tracking it 100% correctly. So there was a lot of experimentation going in. The gameplay confuses me. Then I realized it has nothing to do with what you were talking about. Yeah, and it's because, here's the thing, but when I'm watching a vlog, and it's just someone sitting and talking and not showing anything, I don't watch the video. I just minimize it or have it on the second screen and you know, messing around over here. So I thought that, well, if they are listening to it, or they have it open, why not show something they can look at while I'm talking? And then instead of just doing 100% gameplay or 100% talking head, I was like, why not do a mixture between both? And then I just had the gameplay, so if people were looking at my face, instead of looking at my ugly mug, they could look at Elite Dangerous instead. You know, so they could kind of like, I was going on a ride with them and we were talking or something like that. Elite Dangerous is from like 2014, Tinker. It's been around since 2014, man. Oh, you should get it. It's like Euro Truck Simulator in the sky. Most of them, I've been playing that game a lot. Even before it came to Steam. And you know what I did the most? I just transferred cargo from one place to another. And I explored the solar system. Or the Milky Way. So I just jumped from one system, scanned it to another system, scanned it to another system, scanned it to another system, scanned it. And then in between, basically just flew some cargo all over the place. And I earned a lot of cash doing that. MLS score is 19 minutes, Vancouver versus Montreal. Cool. I live under a rock. Well, if you're not in the gaming scene, it's understandable that you don't get it. There was a nice little virus in the game. No, so I used to do this a lot with Elite Dangerous when Horizon came out, because then you could also go down to planets and stuff like that. And I would just be watching Netflix or YouTube, and then it was just like, hey, okay, this dude needs cargo going from there to there. I'm picking up. I'm going up. It's like playing Euro Truck Simulator just in the sky. And then I bought upgraded stuff to my ship, you know, voice boxes and decals, better weapons, better warp engines, or frame shift drives, as they're called, or frame shift drives. That's the right word. So I was just upgrading my ship and yeah, all over the place. So I didn't do any combat. Sometimes when you were transferring cargo, bounty hunters and pirates could try and find you. But if you are really fast, you just warp away, to use a Star Trek term. You basically just try to invade them, and when you invade them, you can always invade them by just doing different kind of maneuvers. And then you just warp the living shit out of there, and you don't have to engage them. I played the original Elite on the Commodore 64. Elite Dangerous, I have hardly touched, but it does do good on a... It's a really good game. I like the challenge. You won't lose anything, so I have no idea what you're talking about right now. TRG, did you see Canada qualified for the World Cup for the first time? Oh, that's amazing! I don't follow that kind of sport, but that's amazing. You can land on a planet and you was offered a little pet, and that pet multiplied and ate all your cargo. Oh my god! And when you used an escape pod, one of them will always mate it with you. Oh, what is those things in that Star Trek episode? Those furry balls that keep multiplying all the time. It reminds me of that episode. Does Elite Dangerous run on Linux? I don't want to store... No, it don't. Yeah, tribals. There you go. Yeah. Those dudes. Yeah, no, as far as I know, Elite Dangerous don't run at all under Linux, or if it does, it's really buggy. Because they are using a lot of Windows technologies to make it look the way it does. Last time I checked, granted that was 2 years ago, it would not run at all under Linux. Yes, it does just fine on Ubuntu, not even any config. Okay, so it runs under Linux, right? But again, it was 2 years since I last checked it. I just know that I was I was reading an article, and they talked about that they were using specific shadowing and lighting. Yeah, take care, fun, Tinker, and have fun, man. And I hope to see more about your cheap device that you messed around with, your Denver device. I was actually almost thinking about getting one myself. But yeah, throw Linux on it and hack it, the living shit out of it. It actually looked a little bit like a Pi board. Yeah, but they were talking about that the Elite developers, that they were using some specific lighting or shadowing that was really hard to get to work under Linux. But apparently Proton has fixed that, it looks like. I have a video. I reacted to Chris Titus' text that the Linux is gaming under Linux is better than Windows sometimes. Where No, Morris, it was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. I don't care about my subscriber count. The only thing I actually care about with my videos are the views. Because that's the only thing that really matters. It's the views that tells you if you've done a good or bad video. It's also the views that yeah, well, it earns you AdSense money. You know, so that's the only like subscribers don't give you more or less anything. Likes and dislikes don't give you more or less of anything, but views actually does. It actually does. So I really like to look at my videos and then see, okay, do this kind of video get more views on average or less than other videos? And if they do that after like a week or so they've been uploaded, I may not do them again, or maybe try to reformat them. Because I've done these reaction videos before, but in another format, where I just talked about it. You know, I was just like, oh, I just watched this video, and then I took maybe a couple of snippets out of it, and then I basically just talked about the subject. But reaction videos are really popular nowadays, but nobody really does it in technology. So I was like, if I can do that, you know, reacting to more successful YouTubers, this is also, like, again, everything has a motive in life. There is a reason why I reacted to the Linux experiment. Because he's a big dude. He has a lot of followers. That's also why I'm going to react to Chris Titus Tech. Also why I'm going to do with DistroTube. You know, it makes... I did a couple of tests with Esnik and PCTLC. And I'm going to do more of those, you know, of the smaller guys. But if I can associate a video from my channel with bigger channels' videos, meaning that if I use the same title and, you know, stuff like it's a little bit dirty tricks, but it's how YouTube works. It will push my content in front of other people and more people. And they are more likely to watch it. I want people to watch my content, or else I wouldn't make it. If you're a content creator and you're like, oh, I don't care about if people are watching my content or not, you are the biggest fucking hypocrite and liar on God's green earth. Yeah, I think you're right, Spin Viking. I think he would like Sorian Light. Of course I want people to watch my videos, and I want more and more people to watch my videos. Because I honestly think I have something to say, and I think I have something to bring to this Linux world community, or tech world and community. I don't do it because of money reasons or subscribers. I do it because I want people to see them. You know, I'm proud of a lot of my videos. So I want people to see them. So yeah, if I can associate myself or debugging a lot of things that I find that big YouTubers are missing or lying about or being disingenuous about, it makes an entertaining video. It may open people's eyes up about what's really going on here, and you may also learn something. Like I said in my vlog, like my goal is to educate, entertain, and make people debate. You know, make people talk. And if I can take a video from a popular video, don't have to be a popular Linux YouTuber, and I can be like, hey, this is my opinion, this is how I see this going down, or this is what they probably are informed about or not, or I can show a factual data about something else they have missed. That spark a debate, that spark a interest into the subject within people. And if I can do it in a little bit funny way, or, you know, I can always saturate my emotions a little bit, it makes it a little bit comedic, it makes it a little bit entertaining to watch. So you're learning and you're getting entertained and you're getting some ideas in your head, you're getting curious, you're getting, oh, is this fat idiot actually right, you know, or is this massive YouTuber or this video wrong, or what is right or what is wrong, or why do you have that opinion? It sparks interest that makes people want, or I hope it makes people want to dive deeper into the subject. And it just makes sense to do it to videos people like to watch. But I also want to do it with, like, I am going to do an ethnic one at some point, and I'm also hoping that Tinker will allow me to do one on him. I want to do it towards my friends, to expose my audience to their videos. It don't always have to only be big guys. But I want to do that once a week, maybe 2 times a week, but at least once a week, doing those reaction videos. Because I do think that there's a lot of big YouTubers that are really, really misinformed, or they just don't, honestly, they don't have the fucking knowledge. And it's showing. And sometimes they are purposely misleading their audience. They are purposely telling lies and disinformation to their audience because it fits a narrative that they have built up in their head about Linux and open source, because they think about Linux as more as a movement than a technology. And if one thing Linux is not, it's a movement. You can use it, but it's only because you put it onto it. In the end, it's a fucking hammer and a nail. It's a tool. So I want to share light on that. And there are some people out there, like I said, they are disciples. They are indoctrinating people into the Free Software Foundation. That's how I look at it. I think you know about and like to talk you on YouTube. I love you can go onto my Discord, and when I have time, I talk to people in there. But like anyone else, I have a life, and I also just want to sit and play a fucking game by myself once in a while. You know, I also have family and friends I talk to both online and offline, so I can't be in there 24/7. But there's a lot of things going on in the Linux community that I find really, really troublesome. I watched a video from the Second World War. And I was starting to hear a lot of things being said. Not so much things being said, but the way they were being said. The words they were using to have a lot of parallels to how a really vocal core of the Linux community look at proprietary software, Windows users, Windows, and stuff like that. So words like movement, converting, us versus them. It seems like there is a group within Linux that really want us to separate us from the rest of the computing world. Meaning that it's either our way or nobody's way. They want to put a division between us. And it made me really fucking scary. It made me scared. Like, I know that the Free Software Foundation and Linux users are nothing near what happened under the Second World War. But if they are using a lot of the same tactics to get people to use Linux, to think the way they think, follow their philosophies, are they taking freedoms? Like, are they taking away the freedom for independent thought? Because if you're talking to a GNU person, and you are like, I don't mind proprietary software, they are going to castrate you on the fucking spot. Like, you are now their enemy. If you are saying, oh, I actually like this license, they are hating you. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that Linux could potentially end up being a big part of it could end up being, for lack of better words, I've used this before, but think of it as a cult. We have things we can do and not do. There's things that are acceptable. And we have these guys that tells us how to live our lives within Linux. And when Linux is just a fucking tool, that scares me. Because that's not freedom. That's not freedom. And that really makes me scared. Honestly, it really does. When I watched that video, and I was like, dude, I've heard Linux YouTubers use a lot of the same words and reasoning, use the same reasoning tools on why you should condemn proprietary software and Windows. I was a little bit like, I've even heard religious leaders, political leaders, and cult leaders use a lot of the same terminologies and sentencing structure as Richard Stallman and a lot of his fans are using. And I'm not saying this because I hate them, but I'm afraid of what it could do to critical thinking, free thinking, disagreement, discourse, and all of those things. Because they are really one-track minded when it comes to a lot of things. I don't want anyone to agree with me. I don't want anyone to politely follow what I'm saying, like I said in my blog video. I want you to question, and I want you to research. If I'm saying something, figure out if I'm full of shit. Like, think for yourself, man. But if you look at at how a small but really loud group of people in Linux community are talking and conducting themselves, it's almost exactly the same way that people on Twitter is conducting themselves. No, the social justice warriors of Twitter. They are always on a fight. They are always trying to get people to see their way of life. And if they can't find someone to be angry about, they get angry about someone in their own ranks. It makes me really fucking nervous. Take a look at an article on open source. It's not just a software thing, but can be considered a movement. Again, I don't think if I said that in one of my videos. Wikipedia is not a source of information. A lot of things are right. Where do you see that movement? The open source movement in software began as a response to the limitations of proprietary code. Yeah, I don't like this movement part here. I don't like that. It should be the open source philosophy. It should be the open source principles, not movement. The model is used for projects such as open source application technologies and open source drug discovery. I'm not saying that I disagree with what they are trying to do. What I'm saying is that the way that we are doing it is not right. Look at it this way. When have your shoes ever changed society? When have your clothes ever changed the political structure in society? Never. Linux is clothes and shoes. That's what it is. And the way you and here's another thing, and this is why software can never be political. The way that you develop a piece of software, the way you build a tool or a house, can never be translated into how you should run society. It just is there things that you like? Is there some things that's somewhat the same, or could we draw parallels to? Of course there is. That's life. But using open source development model as a way to form, guide society and political avenues makes no fucking sense whatsoever. The open source philosophy and mentality may work great with coding. But try and do that in the real world with humans, that there are so many variables in it. It don't account for healthcare. It don't account for law and stuff like that. What do we do with people, that have fall on a hard time? How does open source help us and guide us with poverty, unemployment? It's baffling if people think that how we develop a piece of software is the same as how we run a society. Again, there are parallels. There's parallels with everything in life, but not that much, man. In the end, it's just a philosophy, an idea about how to make a tool. That's all it is. It's a way to make a tool. It's a way to make a shoe. That's all it is. And for some people, it makes sense to do it this way, and for other people, it makes sense to do it that way. But you can't. You can't go the Richard Stallman route and think you're going to change society. It's delusional. It honestly is delusional. The problem is that Linux don't have software like Windows does. Yeah, again, the chicken and egg problem. Should they support us first? Or should we get bigger? You know, it's a chicken and egg problem. True Adobe products, for example, will not work in Linux, but they are alternative in open source. Yeah, and for some people that's enough. But for most people that's not enough, because when you're buying the Adobe software suite, you are now buying into an ecosystem that just don't exist under Linux. It is project management, it is like cooperating with people from all over the world that run different businesses than you on a more easy way, and we just don't have that under Linux. But for an individual person, they don't need all of those ecosystems and services. GIMP, for example, could be a really good alternative to Photoshop. If you're just a hobbyist, taking pictures of your... Like, if you're just ethnic laying at the beach at 12 o'clock with a martini in one hand, a massive fucking double-sided dildo in another hand, and taking selfies, GIMP is amazing. But if you're running multiple projects around multiple fucking offices in probably multiple companies around the world, you need an ecosystem like the Adobe products. Because you're buying into the services, the backend, the access to qualified workforce and stuff like that. And again, that's what people miss with this. Oh, if only Photoshop came to Linux. No. That will not help. We need everything about Adobe comes to Linux. We need the backends, we need the management tools, we need all of those things coming to Linux. But like I said, for us, you and me, yeah, we have GIMP. We have Quidsa, we have all of those things, and they are great for us. Just won't cut it in the corporate world. And if you don't cut it in the corporate world, it's not going to be a success. Or not, at least not that big of a success as is needed. If that makes any sense whatsoever. Did I bookmark the... Again, go devhint.io/bash. This is your best friend for, basically bash scripting. Having the most common things explained and at your fingertip about bash scripting. What did I do down here that makes no sense whatsoever? Let's save that one. This is by far... I do already have a script that installs Yay. I just can't remember what fucking virtual machine I have it on, but I do have it. And I think I have it on my server, but I need to reboot my server. So this is another thing I've been thinking about. So I have let's go into Paint here so I can explain it a little bit better. Oh, JavaScripting and Chrome is always a bitch. So, I actually have a physical computer, a tower, as a free NAS or true NAS server, And then I have my desktop over here with screens attached to it and stuff like that. But I was thinking, why do I have this big massive machines just to serve me hard disk space? Because my MacBook Pro, it's one button and I share everything with my Windows computer. You can't see it from the outside, it's locally shared. And I don't have to mess with Samba shares and Samba permissions and all of that fucking shit. It is shared over Samba, but it's done really easy. So I'm actually, this is my thought. To take this computer away over here. Because it's a full-blown desktop. And pack it away and have it as a backup. It's a 4-core, 8 gig i5, like, I think it's a 400 series i5. So I can still run, you know, Linux on it if my computer blows up or something like that. I always like having a backup system. But why not just take a really, really slim laptop and then a shit ton of external 1-2 terabyte hard drives, external hard drives, and attach them to the laptop. And then use macOS as a file server. So buy like a really, you don't need a lot of RAM, you don't need a lot of CPU power. It's just going to be a file server. Because I want to upgrade my MacBook to a newer one. So instead of that just being, you know, sitting still on a shelf, I can just use that as a NAS server. And like I said, it's a one-button click. It's that easy on the macOS to share files locally on my network. The only thing I need is basically the login. I need to know the login for my laptop. You know, my own username and password. And then I have a NAS server. Because I was a little bit like, I really want a newer MacBook Pro. But what do I do with the old one I have? And then I was like experimenting with file sharing with macOS, and was like, oh, I can use this for that. And it takes less space, it takes less energy. And I don't, because the other thing I was thinking about was buying like a Synergy or QNAS enclosure and stuff like that. But I think I honestly, if I save up to either a new, so either I get a bigger MacBook Pro, or I get a tablet, one of those things. Because I can still, if I want to test something under macOS, I can still just use it, you know. I can just unplug the devices and use it. But I think I would go for a MacBook Pro, a newer one, and then use it as a desktop also. But it's less space, less less energy consumption. And I don't need, you know, gigabit internet connection, because I'm not sharing massively big files. It's like, you know, backup of my own videos, or, you know, family pictures backups, you know, documents backing up and stuff like that. Yeah, have a good day, man. Take care. And it could be nice. This is just me being really, really crazy here, but it could be fun and nice to when you know, when the Linux people comes in and they're like, Linux this and that, I'm like, yeah, I'm actually using macOS as a file server. Why? And blah blah blah. Well, it was a one-click button and everything is just set up, and you can't access it from the outside. It's a Unix-based system, so I'm getting the best of both worlds, just to aggravate them a little bit, to see what they are saying, you know, to poke their brains a little bit. Plus, of course, the whole size thing. Like, I have this somewhat big computer standing on the side of my table that are just serving me fucking hard disk space. That is like only a tenth of the actual size. I have one hard drive in it, but I'm using a full tower for one hard drive. Why not do this? It starts to make sense now, the more I'm talking about it. And then get either a tablet or a newer MacBook. I actually used to do this before. Like, when I ran Linux in 2003 and 4, I used a laptop for internet sharing, because I used one of those USB dongles, because I didn't have a phone line or any way of getting internet in my apartment. So I used one of those USB dongles that you put in, you put a SIM card in and now you have wireless internet. But they didn't work under Linux. So I used a Windows laptop and plugged it in there. And then I internet shared, the internet via that laptop. So I took my Windows machine and connected it to a router that my laptop was connected to. And then my laptop became the internet access point. And I did that for like 3 or 4 years. I ran Linux on my main system, connected to a Windows laptop that was then serving me serving me internet over the satellites. Yeah. And also the 100 times CV guy. Yeah, I'm all about that big CV. You should watch. Have you watched Esnik's latest video? Oh, it's so funny. It makes me laugh. Esnik got a really, 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 really nice fan letter.
Howdy YouTube, Esnik's here with a little video for you. A few days ago now, I did a reaction video. Not really a reaction video.
Let's get to the good part.
TRG's call in his reaction video to no you, and he wants to show you is the email I got. I'll read it off. You and TRG together, and what a payload of cholesterol, cirrhosis, and gooey bullshit that would be. Aren't worth 1/20th of Nick at Linux Experiment. You are both no-class, crypto-fascist cranks with intransigent, closed rubric minds, not a heuristic in sight. Further, you are a hypocrite of the first order. Not that you care what I say, of course, with your head all up Shuttleworths and Kant's arses, respectively. Just wanted to say it before you drank yourself into another fat-fingered, incoherent stupor of illogic and
This is fucking comedy.
Oh shucks, it's too late. You cunt.
I love it. I love it. You cunt. You do know that cunt is not that bad a word. Like, I'm just like, oh my, I'm actually crying here. It's so fucking funny. It's like, oh, I'm fucking laughing. Like, oh my, I'm not joking. When I watched that, I was like, I was, you all know, what is that fucking video called? That movie, when Mountain Dew have taken over the world. Idiocracy, I think the word is. When I watched this, I was like, yeah, that's the future we're going towards. We're all drinking Mountain Dew and trying to make crops grow in Mountain Dew. And some wrestler is our president from the whole universe. And we all have sex robots and we're not doing anything. I was fucking hell, man. I was falling off. I'm not joking. I actually have a response to this video. I need to edit. The level of stupidity in the, like, just the wording in of itself is so unintelligent that it's funny. I actually think he meant me instead of Kant. When Esther clarified that it was a philosopher and not me he meant, I was like... And the first thing I typed before he explained what Kant was is that at least fucking spell my name right when Esther has to shove his head up my ass. I kind of want to be called the right name while Esther is in my asshole. But then he explained that it was not me he was talking about. So I was a little bit self-absorbed at that point, I guess. Oh, people. I know who this guy is. I think he's the same guy I had to ban because he thought me and Esnik, and I think it was MyoLinux, was having a gay subcult within Linux. That us three were having a gay relationship. Because I made a video about who's the sexiest guy or most handsome guy under Linux, and I put Estig in there and MyoLinux, I think, and some other people, and he was just going totally crazy about that, and I was just like, dude, you can't talk like that, I have to fucking ban you. But yeah, apparently, me and Estig and someone else, I think it's MyoLinux, are having a secret cult, gay cult within Linux. So it's not far-fetched that Estic's head is up my ass. I have a big ass, though. Just saying. Plenty of room. Plenty of... Some people, man. How the fuck can they not understand how stupid this makes them look? Honestly, how can you not, on an intellectual level, not understand how stupid this makes? It's the same with accent colors. Honestly, now you're saying it. There's good news for the Linux experiment. Ubuntu is getting accent colors. Ubuntu is now becoming more secure. 10 times I need to make a video about this. Accent colors is coming to Ubuntu. It's now becoming the fastest Linux distribution in the world. It's becoming the most secure system that's ever lived. All because of accent colors. People, you heard it here first. Accent colors. Linux is now rivaling Windows in everything and succeeding because of accent colors. And if you don't believe me, look at good old OMG Ubuntu. I need to send this to the Linux experiment. I consent, you can take my firstborn. I think this is the one. Forget about art, forget about anything, we are getting accent colors. People. This is a revolution. We have to stop. Any Linux YouTuber right now should make a video about why everyone should be using Ubuntu. Because we now have accent colors in Ubuntu. This is mind-bending reality. Mind-bending technologies we are using. Fuck quantum computing. We have accent colors, people. How? Honestly, when this comes out, the world will end. Because I changed my accent colors to blue. Oh, please do, DJ Ware. I would love to see that. I'm actually debating about making a video about, like a little funny video about this for next week, sometimes next week. Now I can die in peace, yeah. Yo, Max, you can go out to the German people and say, my friends, my countrymen, all problems that have plagued our society will now end. Because Ubuntu allow you to change accent colors. Are you living in poverty? Are you thinking your car is on too low mileage? Accent colors. Accent colors. Shout it with me, people. Accent fucking colors. Oh, I love fucking ripping that dude a new asshole. Yeah. Please let us know if he's responding. Remember that the Linux experiment is a UI guy. Accent colors is important to him. But Tinker, that is not a reason why not to recommend Ubuntu. I get what he is. I get what he cares about. But that's like me telling people not to buy a Ford because I don't like the color of it. That's kind of what he's telling people. And for someone with the pull he have in the Linux circles, that's really stupid. Imagine if I came up to you and I want you to make a bash script for me. And you're like, where's that bash script being run? Oh, on this computer. Yeah, I'm not doing it because you're running it on a red computer. Therefore, it's an inferior product, and my bash script will not be able to run there. If he's a UI guy, he should not giving people advice on what Linux on what distribution to run. I'm sorry. I'm taking out my big CV here and slap it in his face. Let DJ Ware do that. Let him tell people what to run. He can say what he like to use the most and what he prefer. No. He went out of his way to tell people what to use. That's my problem. Now, please do a fucking reaction video, DJ. By the way, I still need to watch the second part of your IT industry video. I really like this Snow White and the Seven Dwarf kind of thing. I love the history about tech, and I need to rewatch that one because I watched it on and off. I did some cleaning and stuff like that. And the second one, I need to watch that also. But I think I will do that today before I go to bed. But I love that fucking shit. And more people need to know that stuff. And I saw some of the comments, like, people seem to really like that stuff. So please educate us some more. Thanks to Ubuntu getting accent colors, I can finally retire my Arch Linux installed with i3. I got invited to an Ubuntu conference call last week. It's for a piece of software that only works on Ubuntu 19.10. Oh my god, that's so bad. How? Oh, that's so bad. CDC has special meaning for me as where instated. Well, so Tinker can kind of chime in here if he's still listening, but there was like a bank chain in Denmark, like was it in the early 2000s or thereabout, that still ran OS2 Warp, and they just commissioned a company to develop a banking system for OS2 Warp. And nobody was using it. It was outdated. I type like shit. Yeah, I do the same, man. And Control Data Corp. And it's why do people do, I get why governments have legacy stuff like that floating around, but a bank? No, it was not the bank. It was the unemployment centers. It was the unemployment centers. Now I'm getting confused. Either it was the unemployment center, you know, where we go if we get unemployed, that help us getting money from the state and help us find new work and stuff like that. They needed a new system. And it was like in close to 2010-ish. Yep, the job center. Yeah, the unemployment centers. And at that time, that version of OS2 was so outdated. And they spent so many fucking money on that shit. It makes no sense. Like, honestly, I'm like... when I watched that, I was like... First of all, I was like, fuck it, are people still using OS2? And then I was like, I wish I was using OS2. And then I was like again, oh, that's a really old system. Do people still use that unsecure system? But I think it got canned, though. But they spent a lot of money on it. Sad keeping the old tech around is cheap and don't need to refresh your testing for training for it. Like, yeah, Amanda. Oh my god, there it is. Yeah. Thank you so much, Tinker. I could kiss you if you was not that ugly. Okay, there's no Wikipedia about it, apparently. But yeah, the Wikipedia page don't seem to have any... I want to see you two kiss. The world could not handle us kissing. Here's the irony of the Ubuntu software. It helps keep your server up to date. Wow! Wow, really? I can understand legacy systems in governments, in you know, armies and stuff like that. But for a fucking job employment center or unemployment center. Oh my god, I was really excited because they were using OS2, and as an OS fanboy in general, I was yay. But then all the realizations kind of came to fruition, and a lot of people was of course angry about it. That they spent taxpayer money on stupid shit like that. OS2 was used in ATM machines and traffic control systems for many. It still is, and I get it in those situations. But you have to remember, Esnik, most unemployment centers was already moved on. Nobody at the unemployment centers was actually using OS2 at that point. It was only a select few that did it, and I think it was only used like in database applications. The people on the front desk were all using Windows. But they want them to go back to OS2. That was the problem. It was a big fucking problem, dude. Like, I get it in ATMs and traffic lights and stuff, but where you don't have to, interact with it, so to speak, or it's minimum interaction that you have, like you have in an ATM. How old is OS2? It's from the 90s, man. I think, when was the last OS2? Was it in the late 90s? It was WAP 4, right? In 2001 was the last release. 2001. And then we had Ecom Station, and now we have Arca OS. So these are... Oh, they actually have an archived version. I like that they are starting to use the web archive. But yeah, then we had... I think Ecom Station is still around, though. Like, it's still a company. But the Arca OS is like the newest, like, inclination of it. That they are still trying to update it, security check it, so... This version of OS2 had its last update 4 months ago. So this is like the most supported and most developed version of OS2 around there, or continuation, or what you will call it. Because there are like Yasnik said, there are still a lot of use cases for OS2. I'm actually, like, I'm debating buying this shit. Version 5.0 personal edition, $130. It is on the high end. Oh no, span away, Tinker. I would not be against buying a license and make a couple of videos out of it. For YouTube. It is interesting. Your light tables. Like, I would not be... let me put it this way. It's not, I would never recuperate the cost of it, of course, but it would not be like I would be crying if I bought this. Because I think it's an interesting operating system. And it could be really fun to compare this with how Linux is nowadays. And it's not really, really, really expensive when you think about it. $130. Oh, you found an article. It's from 98. I have to read this one and make... Oh my god. They spent between... Oh. So they spent between 30 and 20 million of our currency. Holy crap. Yeah, I don't think they may have a trial. I don't know. I know Ecom Station used to have a they used to have a demo that you could use. Yeah, a forever 32 bits operating system. In OS2 90s, OS2 WAP was in the 90s, OS2 WAP was great. Now the UI is aggravating to me. Yeah, but I'm sure we can find. There is ways to download OS2 WAP. Go to OS Archives, I think it is. If I can actually spell here. Archives.os in here. Yeah, it looks really dated. And then if we go in here and we look at others, I think it is. And we have... Where the fuck is it? Here, OS2. You can get a demo version of it or something like that you can download here. You can download OS2 WAP 3, 4, that's the trial version, or the Interact demo for Win 9031 and stuff like that. I have it, I just haven't been able to get it up and running. That being said, I haven't spent much time trying to get it up and running. I basically just downloaded the ISO and put it into the VirtualBox, and then it wouldn't boot, and that's the closest I got to mess around with it. But I am debating about getting it up and running and then actually making a video about it. I just don't have... It's maybe something I should do on the live stream one day. I just feel that there are different things that I could do with my time. Ubuntu. Oh, is this still around? No, this is not around anymore. Why do people always want to look like Windows and Mac OS? Oh, you know. Arco. Now you're saying that, by the way, Arca. They do give out CDs or ISOs, because is it Dan Wood? He's a really fucking great guy to watch, this dude here.
In just a few months from now, one of Microsoft's most popular versions of Windows...
I love watching his videos. He made a video about it. And here, he got it for free. He got it for free.
Midfield.
Oh, fucking advertisement. Come on, baby. Yeah, he got it for free. Paid promotion. So I think that... What is your channel? Okay. I don't know. How many do you have right now? You're getting quite a lot of views, but they kind of like subscriptions for some reason. Are you getting there? So yeah, you could probably... I would not be surprised if you contacted them. You could get a review copy. I would not be surprised if they said yes to that. I honestly think that they would, also because of the content that you're making. You know, it's corporate world you know, you are family friendly, it's corporate world friendly. So there's a lot of probably potential buyers, corporations that would watch that video. And again, you have a lot of views. I would definitely, like, yeah, I would, if I had your numbers, I would reach out to them, DJ, where I really would. because you're the prime YouTuber for that, or you have the prime audience for their product, to be honest. Is that a Destiny robot? Oh, I need to get more into AI. I've been lacking a little bit on machine learning and AI. Yeah, definitely give it a try, man. You like the kind of videos that you make and the audience that watch your videos is like the prime target for. And say that in your email. Really, really tell them how much they can gain for it. Because he got over 100,000 views, man. What kind of are you not up there yet in that views? But it's still like, if you can like get these kind of views, that's still a lot of fucking views on a product. It's a lot of eyes on a product, and that's what they like. I would with my numbers, they will laugh their butts off. Yeah, you need numbers is not everything, but when you start to talk about getting things for free or stuff like that, it needs to be a win-win situation. You know, they have to get something out of it also. That's why it really aggravates me when, you know, someone starts out a gaming channel and they are right away asking Nvidia to sponsor them and shit like that. And then they make a video complaining about how only the big fucking YouTubers and live streamers get sponsorships and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, but they are investing a lot of money into that sponsorship. So instead of the company are paying them real money to basically be their promoter, they're giving them hardware or products. So they can sell in basically it's a return of investment. So they are investing into you as a person. So your audience will then buy products from them. I think I'm around 100 and you're around 1.5 million views, but that's tiny compared to the but it's look at it this way, DJ, where OS2 is not a mainstream product. It's a product for really specific needs, really specific solutions that people need to have fulfilled. It's a solution. I can't speak now. It's a really specific solution to a really specific problem, is what I'm trying to say. And the videos you make, if you look at it, is those kind of people. You know, your content is toward businesses. It is towards cooperations. Like you're not looking at Easy Archer. You're not, you're not looking at the latest and greatest DistroTube video and yelling and screaming at him for 5 minutes or in an hour like I do. It's corporate videos. It's educational videos. It's informative videos. It's videos that if you were a system administrator, you would watch. And that's the audience that people like this really want. They, you know, this is meant for people in a really specific situation. And a lot of your content is gathered towards people in really specific situations. How many is going to use Clear Linux? Like, there's probably more OS2 installs than Clear Linux installs. Probably not, but you get what I'm saying here. So I honestly, I would not disregard that. Here you're talking about OS, CentOS or Parrot OS, more said Silverblue, Linux intern. There's a lot of corporate content here. Oh, Sendwalk, I used to love that distribution. Here, more IT industry corporate admin stuff. Leap as a server. Leap is a really amazing server. Here to name, like, your audience is the people that product needs to get their eyes in front of. Like, I'm really meaning this. Like, I'm not trying to blow air up your ass or anything like that, but I really mean that I honestly believe that they would at least consider it, or they may be like, they may even be like, come back at us in like 6 months or a year. I honestly, you are the prime target. Like, this dude here talks about retro computers, okay? He talks about Amigas, he talks about, not even Nintendo, but mostly Amiga and Commodore systems.
In just a few months from
and
now.
Stuff like that, a little bit Windows. He's not the prime. Like, his audience are not going to buy OS2 Warp. Or OS2. Like, they are not. Or at least a really, really small selective group of them are. Where if we look at the content you are making is tailor-made for that product. You could probably sell more copies than he could. Honestly. Because he is a retro gaming or an Amiga or Commodore channel. You are more a system administrator, operating system hobbyist, corporate world kind of content creator. And they are more likely to buy it because there are probably people right now watching your video that are going to outface an old OS2 system or something in that nature. And you can now show them, hey, you don't have to outface it yet. Plus, you probably have more experience than this young dude here has. I think he's younger than me. So you have, you know, your natural history with OS2 and your industry knowledge to draw upon. You hate info for commercials. You don't have to do what he did here. He basically just installed the operating system and he ran it. He showed how to run games on it, how it was set up, and he was like, oh, I'm a first-time user to OS2 Warp and stuff like that. He's just looking around and goofing around and showing it off. Where you could go in and say, or talk more about the technologies. You could even go in and say, hey, look, it's talking to my Windows servers, or hey, look, it's talking to my Linux servers. He don't go into that at all. This is a first look, basically. It's like me installing, I don't know, free BSD that I don't know much about because it's been so long since I've been using it. He's really not talking about anything. He's just installing it and fabbing around. And nowhere is he like, oh, you have to buy it and blah, blah, blah. I think actually his sponsor here is something totally different. Yeah, it's Medley, I think it is. Oh no, it's that online Readily here. It's a book service, magazine service online. So they are not even sponsoring the video. These guys they are sponsoring his video. He just got the software for free by asking them, I guess. So I again, hey, I honestly believe that you will have a better audience than he have with it. Like, again, you are the target. You are the person they should target. Oh, we have chapters now. Cool. There's a lot of great comments down here also. I would definitely reach out to them and be like, hey, I have a lot of experience and I have a lot of industry experience and I can give a more technical take on it. I can give a more in-depth take on it. And I think my audience is the right fit for their product because I honestly really believe it is. I would definitely do this. And it would also be really, Haiku OS. I love Haiku OS. I need to make a video about that maybe next week. Yeah, I would love to see you do that, man. I really would. I really would. Automatic security hardening of Ubuntu server. That could be an interesting video. Oh, next step. Oh. Open step. Ooh. So I got SkyOS running. If you want to try Windows, go with 10 or 11. Depends on if your virtual machine can run any of them. If your machine or virtual machine can run Windows 11, then I will go for Windows 11. It's the most current version of Windows. If not, then just run Windows 10. I got this installed, did I install it? I don't even know, but I got it up and running. And I am going to make a video about it. Because this was a really interesting operating system. I just need to acquaint myself with a lot of the history. And I think this was also using OpenB file system. The open source version, the open source version of the BOS file system. That is also being used on the Haiku, if I'm not mistaken. I love looking at this archived OS site. I so wanted a Next computer as a kid. Next, so here, either a Sun Spark system, a Next computer, or a Macintosh. I really wanted those three as a kid. Really, really, really. Oh, there's no download available. Dang it! Oh, that's also open step and not next step. You can't get next step and open step, just saying. There's ways of acquiring set operating systems. Oh my god. Yeah, there's so many syllable. I used to run that also. Let's look at what operating system I have run on this list here. AirOS I have definitely run. BOS. Oh, I love BOS. Did you see that the BOS presentation I linked in your Discord, Esnik? Which one? GNU Darwin. I actually ran the kernel for GNU Darwin at one point, just for like 30 minutes or something like that. Oh, Java OS. I haven't run that, but I really wanted to. New OS, I haven't run. I ran OS 2. I actually ran OS 2 for like 6 months. What else? Temple OS I run. Way before it became my internet meme. Whereas I didn't run Zeta OS, but I ran BOS Max. It's in your Discord in your general tab. It's the first. I think it's one of the first ever showcases of the B box and BOS 4 point something. I think it was. They were running where what the fuck is the guy? I keep calling him Jean-Luc Picard, but that's not. Gassi, he's up talking and they're showcasing a dual-core power PCs or something like that. Like really early in development. Plan 9, what Linux should have been. Yeah, I actually ran Plan 9. I actually got it installed. Like in the 90s, I think it was, like in the early 2000s. But yeah, this one here, Syllable. Yeah, I used to run this. I didn't run it as a main, but I did experiment with it. You know, have it up and boot it up basically, and then just poked around with it. I ran OS 2 from 1994, so 6 years. Damn, that's a long time, man. And this one here, I also just booted up once, you know, just to try it out once. BOS, I actually ran BOS from 1990. So, yeah, I think it was 1999 5.0 came out. And I ran it for like a year-ish while dual booting Linux. And then I went full-time Linux, but damn, I love BOS. Oh my god. Like, yeah, I know that it continued with that one, but I haven't tried that version of it, Esnik. A BOS gave me this Mac feel, and with the power of Linux and the Linux quality behind it, and things just made sense. Like, it was not because it was pretty, but it just made sense. Everything just, or not everything, but most things just made sense when you used it. It was like, oh, this is actually logical. Oh yeah, this is not overcomplicated. Oh yeah, oh, this made sense. I could talk for hours about BOS, man. If you want to call me a fanboy, yeah, I'm a fanboy of BOS. 100%. I wish they were still around. I would pay $100 for a fucking version today that was supported, have a lot of software for. I don't give a fuck. I ran Windows 3.1 and then XP. I triple booted Windows, BOS, OS2. Yeah, I actually did some of the same things, because when Windows 2000 came out, I started to dual boot BOS with Windows, and for a little while I triple booted. But I actually ran Windows 2000 as my dual boot for like a year or so, and then I dual booted Linux and XP for the first part of the 2000s, and then I went full blown, like no Windows at all, from around 2004-3 to 2008. And when I say no Windows, I had a laptop with Windows on it. That was the one I was tethering, or I was sharing my internet with, because of the dongle situation, and I needed it for work and some courses I was taking. And here I'm thinking that dual booting is a bit much. Well, back then we didn't have virtual machines, humans. We didn't have it. Like, if you wanted to run Linux back then, you had to fucking either rip out a hard drive and put it in every time you want to run Linux, or either run Linux full time or dual boot. That was the only options we had back then. Oh, we did it at the same time then, Esting. Me, it was just BOS and Windows, and then it became Linux and Windows. But yeah, we didn't have a choice, dude. Or you had like a second PC or laptop that ran, respectively, whatever operating system you want to also run. It's... There was the days, man. When you installed an OS back then, you committed to that operating system. It was not like, oh, let's install in a virtual machine and see if things blows up in our face. And we have to go to the the emergency room. I did get Darwin up and running, but only the kernel. I installed the kernel, and I got the kernel booting. And then it was just, I didn't want to spend too much time on it, and I basically just scrapped the idea. But I always wanted to try out Java OS, because it had a really interesting user environment. Yeah, and usually the old PC wasn't up to spec to run anything now. Yeah, ain't that the truth? But this Java OS desktop here was really interesting. Oh, I think this is actually this looks a lot like Windows though. Here it is. Here it is. Really, I need to do more non-Linux videos. I need to go more into these kind of things because I fucking love talking about them. I need to get into more alternative operating systems. Maybe I should do that once a week also, like I do reaction videos. This is actually the same theme that they used on Solaris. Yeah, that's what I heard, that it was so slow. It was so slow. This is definitely Windows or Linux. Then we have good old OS2. So I got a boxed version of OS2 WAP 3. And I installed that and I was like, nah, this is shit. So I went back to Windows and Linux. Dual booting. Then I got OS2 WAP in a boxed edition by a friend. An older friend. I helped him a lot with computers. And I was just like a fucking teenager. But I was helping him with computers. And instead of paying me, he gave me old hardware and Linux distributions and, you know, different operating systems. Old magazines and stuff. I was fucking a happy kid back then, man. But he gave me a boxed version of OS2 WAP 4. And when I installed that, I was happy, man. It was just too much Windows for me. I was like, why don't I just want Windows? Because back then, Windows 95 was already out. I think I actually did this in like 96 or 7. And I was like, this is just Windows a little bit better, but why am I not just running Windows then? And then I went back to Windows and Linux again. Until I discovered BOS, I always came back to Linux and Windows. And Temple OS, I just ran it just to mess around with it for like 30 minutes or something like that. That dude was a fucking genius, man. Like, had he not had mental problems, he would have been a fucking god in the computing world. Like, he did everything by fucking hand. Like, most people nowadays could not even get close to that fucking talent, man. And all ruined because he didn't get help. Like, it makes me fucking sad to think about this. Really does. Oh, you always preferred WAP 3 to 4? I actually like 4. I actually like 4 more. But I actually, yeah, I went back to Windows 98 after that. I actually did also get Plan 9 up and running. For a short while. I can't remember how I get my hands on it. But I did get it up and running like really, like basically just, oh, it boots and then that's it. But it's a MIT license now or something like that. It is a fucking sad story, man. And the way that the tech world memed on him. Like, I can understand idiots on fucking, you know, Instagram, Twitter and stuff like that. But big tech people were memeing on him and did also after his death. And memed on his operating system. It like, mental health is a fucking problem, man. You would not do that to a guy or girl in a wheelchair or someone that got cancer and stuff like that. But because he said some things that was out of his control and he was not, you know, all there at the end. It's okay. It's not okay. I honestly, man, it's really fucking, it really drives me up the wall. Again, I could understand crazy people on the internet, but fuck it. To some extent, Linus Tech Tip kind of memed on him a little bit too hard. And that was a little bit that I lost everything from that dude at that point. Like, we can joke about almost anything, but at least be fucking honest about it, okay? Don't pretend that you're better while you're joking about than other people, because you're not. And that's the sad part of it. Oh yeah, Gary Kindle. Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah. Yeah, digital research, right? That was the people that Microsoft stole everything from. I can't fucking spell. Yeah, here. They did the CPM, NPM. He did a lot of fucking stuff. Go watch the Computer Chronicle on YouTube. There's a
Marshall McLuhan said
they are old. They are old, but if you want to understand tech and operating systems and computers, you kind of like, these are not bad videos to watch, because this is where it started. Like in the 90s is where the computer as we have it today manifested itself. Like the user paradigms of Windows, and just look at Cinnamon. All of this here started with Windows 95. Why this is as it is today is because of Windows 95. It's really mind-bending to think about that. So if you watch these videos, you are kind of getting back to that time when a lot of revolutionizing things in the Linux, in the computing world took place. You're getting into when Unix started to become more mainstream, also in the 90s. They talk about Unix in here. They were talking about Linux. You know, when Linux was in its infancy, basically. They talked about OS2. They talked about BOS. They talked about, you know, going from 16 to 32 bits, I think it was, and a little bit about, you know, 64-bit systems. And you kind of get... This is why I kind of like the 90s and early 2000s so much, and also the 80s, is that for computing, this was computers, hey, this was the pinnacle. Well, current year is always the pinnacle, but this is what set in motion most of what we have and do today. The next revolution in the tech world after this here, that happens in the 90s with Windows 95, and, you know, Intel got really, really popular and all of those things. The next revolution was the iPhone in 2004 or something like that. When did the iPhone come out? When did it came out? – 2007. That was like the next massive thing in technology that happens. And then we had of course the iPads and stuff like that. Nothing has really happened since. all we got on the PC side is just always faster, better computers. Faster, better RAMs, faster, better CPUs, and faster and better graphic cards. We haven't had any revolution or evolution within, I don't know if evolution is the right word, but we haven't had any revolution in the PC world since the 90s. Like, nothing has changed with computers since the 90s. It's still a box with a motherboard, with a CPU, with RAM, with a graphic card, with hard drives. Yes, the connections have changed a little bit. The standard has changed a little bit, but it's still the same thing. The iPhone changed the phone world. Adobe innovated by removing menu options in one releases and adding them back in the next one. Ain't that a fucking thing, man? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe virtual reality will get there at some point, but the virtual reality is not really a revolution yet. Virtual reality is a little bit where it's a little bit before the IBM PC. The IBM PC, basically kicked off the personal computer market. And then it went a little bit up and down. We got, the Amigas, and we have the Apple computers, and the Commodores, and the Spectres, and the English versions of, can't fucking remember what they are called. But then, like, the paradigm that we see today with, like, a box, monitors and stuff like that, kind of became almost like a standard in the 90s, that you had a gray box with a monitor and peripherals. Oops, Games OS, yeah, that's a great one. And it's been the same ever since the 90s with on desktop computers front. Then we had the iPhone and we had the iPad. That's the next ones. I won't even see multi-core change things, but if you think about it, what is multi-cores? It's a better, faster computer or CPU. Then, if we are going to be really honest here, Apple M1 Silicon going also RISC computers, like RISC CPUs again, is actually a bigger step than going from one core to multi-core systems. Because multi-core system is just a clever way of having more than one CPU in your system, to be honest. Like, generalizing, roughly speaking, and all of those caveats in here. But it's, okay, do we have two physical computers? Are we putting more cores on a die? Yeah, no. The gray box and peripherals don't become standard in 98. That was the the computer with the monitor on top of it. That was kind of the standard. No, not the what are you calling, the pizza box format or something like that. Because if you look at computers from the 80s to the 90s, it was a lot of them. Most of them was like you had like a computer with a monitor on it and stuff like that. What I mean that the format we have right now, maybe it came around in the late 80s, of course, but it didn't really become a full-blown standard until the 90s, that you had like a upstanding tower and a monitor and keyboard. In the 80s, it was like, even in the fucking 90s, like when I went to school, we had a lot of computers with like the box and the computer on top, the screen on top of it. ATX standard was on both, I think. It's not the ATX standard because that's just a standard measurement for a hardware component. It's the way it's oriented, or I can't speak right now. Fucking hell. The tower computer, maybe that's a better word. I don't know. Maybe that's a better word. Yeah, the tower computer. Because that is what we are doing nowadays, and we've been doing since the 90s. In the 90s, tower computers kind of became the standard to some extent. But of course, that would not have become a standard without the IBM PC. Like the IBM PC basically set in motion what is computers today. Let's not forget about that. Without the IBM PC, we would probably not have had Windows OS 2 or any of the operating systems that we are liking today, or even the form factors that we are having today. So the IBM PC is a massive fucking thing, and that's kind of where I think virtual reality is maybe that's the IBM PC now, because virtual reality is a weird thing. It's still not affordable. It's still not widely used. It's still not something everybody wants or needs. But it probably will get there with time. And that was kind of the same with the IBM PC. It started a home computer revolution to some extent. You know, it was the first one out there. It kind of set the trends of what it meant to be a personal computer and stuff like that. And I think that's where virtual reality at the current state is. It's like what computing was with the IBM PC in 81. That's where virtual reality to some extent is today. But like I said, in the 90s, again to use Estnick's word here, the tower configuration of a computer was kind of becoming the standard and became the standard. And then in the early 2000s, that was just how it is. And if you think about it, the next really change in computing history is Apple going over to M1. They are making RISC or ARM processors a standard now. This is not something to shake your head at. And I always say this to Linux people to really make them angry. Where is Linux in this fucking history? Where's BOS? Where's OS2 Warp? They are just side notes in the history. Some more important than others, but where are they? Like, if you're talking servers, totally different fucking conversation we have. x86 is about to die, yeah. I think so. I do think so. I'm still waiting for it. Oh, I want the holodeck, man. I want the holodeck. But yeah, let me put it this way. x86 have needed to die for a long time. When all this Spectre and Meltdown vulnerabilities came about and stuff like that those vulnerabilities is a design fault within the CPU. It's been here for a long time, man. And again, historically, if we look at Apple, they have always been really, really good at predicting what the next technology is going to be. They were the first ones to ditch the floppy drive. They were the first ones to ditch the CD-ROM. I think they were also the first ones to move over to SSDs. The first ones to adopt new USB standards and so on and so on. I'm not saying that x86 will like it one day it will just go off a cliff and nobody will use it. Of course, look at there's still people to this day using 16-bit computers. There are a massive group of people still using 32-bit computers. And there will also be a massive amount of people using 64 and x86 computers. But I do believe that within like maybe 5 to 10 years, we will see a big migration over to some form of ARM processor. Look how popular the Raspberry Pi is. Or Raspberry Pi, sorry. I honestly believe that. Just look at the benefits that you're getting from it. Massive benefits. Yeah, but the Power PC is... The Power PC was a weird one, because the Power PC was also what you regard as a RISC computer. It was like, you know, it was not a legacy CPU, sorry. But one thing you have to think about here with Apple Silicon is that they have what is this now? 15 years of experience with that kind of silicon. For lack of better understanding or to generalize it a lot here, Apple M1 is basically a tablet and a phone put into a computer. They are not that different anymore. Now you can even get fucking iPads with an M1 in them. They are not that different anymore. So it's not like they're using a whole new technology. Where the PowerPC kinda to some extent was, and I think also the PowerPC was built for servers and stuff like that. You didn't get a... So, again, look at it, like the PowerPC versus a traditional, or versus the Intel variant, or the AMD. Maybe they were a little bit more efficient, watt efficiency, maybe they were a little bit faster. At some point in their lifespan, and then Intel overtook them, of course. And then look the M1 compared to any other fucking CPU we have out there. Do the same thing for almost a third fucking consumption of energy. Like, I honestly believe this is the next big thing. Because we have all asked for basically the M1. Just not for, just for Windows machines instead of Apple products, of course. Because it gave us so many benefits. And sometimes with technology, you see that there's this reset. We don't start over, but we do these leaps. And I think the M1, or not... When I say the M1, I don't mean specifically M1, but I mean ARM processors. And we have been talking, or not we, but people have been talking about ARM processors for ages. That it should take over x86. Maybe now is that time. Because we are all using ARM processors more than we're actually using x86. You're using your phone more than your computer probably. Or your iPads, or your tablets. So the technology is not new. We just have to adapt it a little bit to become more powerful. We don't have to restrict the power uses that much, so we can make it even more powerful when you're running it in a desktop form or a laptop form. And that is what Apple is doing right now. And that's massive. Yeah, 182-bit is out there. Of course it is. Even Intel is changing with the new modular CPU design. Yeah, they are. And look at how SSDs came into the market. First, it was like for the really, really hardcore users, people with a lot of money. Then we got the hybrid CD drives. Hard drives with both SSD components and spinning hard drive components. And now it's just SSDs and NVMEs and stuff like that. And yeah, I think, the next big thing would be biocomputing, device that enable more simple binary, quantum computing. If they can ever get that to run right and reliably, quantum computing will be the next massive thing in the computing world. But that in of itself is a fucking can of worms, man. There's a lot of debate about quantum computing, but that will be like the next massive thing. So we have established that IBM have changed the computing world. We have established that Microsoft has changed the computing world. More than once, of course. We have established that Apple have changed the computing world and the technology world more than once. Where's Linux? Where's BOS? Where's Haiku? Where's FreeBSD? Where's all the rest? And that's why I don't think that Linux will ever change the world. Because 30-something years there. What architecture is ARM even using its RISC? It's a RISC art. Yeah, it's a little bit complicated. I don't even know the whole storyline about this, but... It's the way I think about ARM processors or RISC processors or what you will call them, think about it as a newborn child. It has some good things from the x86 area, but it's its own thing. It's a totally new technology. And when I mean new, it's been around. ARM and RISC have been around for ages, but you kind of get what I'm saying here. It's taking away a lot of old legacy stuff we don't need in the CPU anymore. That's holding us down. Because one of the biggest problems with x86 is backward compatibility. That's one of the big problems we have with x86, and at some point that will become a problem with RISC computers or ARM computers. But right now, that's a massive problem with x86. Or one of the big problems. Then there's the design and all of that fucking shit. But it's a really big ask to ask billions of users to drop what they know and what they use and what works to go to a new processor type. And then be willing to be in a grace period of like 3 to 5 years before all the kinks is ironed out and all the software is run perfectly fine and stuff like that. Quantum computing should be the next great leap forward. It will, if they get it to work. Like I said, go take care, DTW, and have an amazing Easter, and it's always nice talking to you, man. Go ask that company for OS2's review thingy. Do it, or I will do it for you. I will just send them your email address. Pretending to be a knowledgeable guy. Yeah, but there's so much with quantum computing that's still theory. And that's the problem. That a lot of it is still theory. And some of it can be proven, some of it can't. You will, that's fucking good. But go have an amazing time, man. But yeah, it's I don't know. I think also, like, now we are getting over to Apple M1, you know, that kind of processor. I think that's a little bit also the starting of the death of the personal computer as we know it. Everything is getting smaller, everything is getting more portable, and we will end up with, like I've said many times before, we will end up with either our phone or a tablet or fucking, it could be something in our hand. And when we come home, we have like a monitor here, and we have like a dongle here, and this is the desk. Then you just plug your phone into that dongle, and now you basically think about the Steam Deck to some extent. You plug your phone into a dongle, and now you have a full-blown fucking computer with all the computing power you can imagine. Latest games run perfectly. And when I'm going over to Esnik to figure out what kind of dress he wants to wear to the next gay parade that we are holding in his area, I just plug it off and take it with me, and it's functioning as a phone or a handheld device. I go over to Esnik to show him my latest GIMP suit, and I'm plugging it into Agnes' little dongle here, and now I'm at basically my system. You know, something like this. If you get what I'm trying to say here. I think this is the future. And I think what we are seeing with the M1 is that, because if you think about it, like I said, what is the M1 system? It's a fucking tablet in a laptop chassis, or it's a tablet in behind a screen. And if you could just take your phone or a dongle or something like that, and then plug it in behind your screen or into another dongle, and now you have USB ports you can plug it into, and like, here, look at this. Like, look at this. There is one specific dongle I want to show you guys. Where the fuck is it? Here. This is basically what I'm talking about, just with something hey, good morning, Ruben. This is what I'm talking about, just with something smaller. Like in the form of your mobile phone. But this is basically it. I go over to YaST and I plug my phone or my device into a dongle like this that have all the USB ports attached to it and whatnot. You know, that has like a peripheral attachment to it. Like you have with a dongle. So imagine that stand, I don't know, so imagine that stand here is having something like this on it. So I take my device, computing device, and I plug it into that dongle, and just like with a phone, you know, the latest games run on it, whatever you want. So you always have your computer with you to some extent. And then it just depends on where you plug it in. Let's say I go to the doctor, I just either, you know, with the near fields kind of thing, you know, look at mobile pay, you know, not Google Pay and stuff like that. You could just do that at your doctor's, and now it's taking your social security number and your health card and stuff like that. I believe that we will start to be like our mobile phones already is the most important thing you have on you to this day. Fuck about your wallet. Your mobile phone is the single most important information tool you have on you today. It contains billion times more information than your computer does on you. Think about all the things you do on your mobile phone. I have my social security card there. I can get my passport on my fucking phone, okay? I can get my social security card, I think I already said that. I online bank, I online shop, I have my credit cards attached to my phone, and it knows where I have been. And if you can make that into you know, you plug that into a dongle like this that have extensions like this, so you can use your keyboards and all of those things. I think, honestly, I think that's the future. That's the future. Everything is getting smaller and more portable, and that means that we don't need these big great boxes. And if you're video editing or rendering and stuff like that, your phone at that time, right now, the people have made, this is how crazy it is, okay? There are videos where people render a video on their tablet and compare it to a high-end $10,000 computer, and it fucking wins. It fucking wins. Because of the software optimization. It fucking wins. We don't need more and bigger and faster CPUs. We need better optimization. And honestly, this is the future. The world will still run massive computer systems, not smartphone computers are with us for many, many decades. Yeah, but that would be like server farms. It would be people that have a really specific need that device, whatever it end up being, phone or whatever, will then, you know, that just can't handle. Just like they are still, you know, we still have mainframes today, even though that is really necessary in a lot of instances. We still have 16-bit computers running really critical systems because that's what they are built and do perfectly. But for everyday users, we will not have them in maybe 10 years or so. I could be off by a decade or so, but 10, 15 years, I think this would be the future. We would just use our phone or something similar like that. And that's it. I know, but the change has already started. Yeah, we are already going down that path. We are starting to use more dongles than actually ports on our fucking computer nowadays. The problem with smartphones and tablet generations coming of age is they do not develop an interest in computing the way prior generations did. They do get interested in computing. They just don't get interested in computing as we know it. The cloud is just another word for a mainframe. Yeah, it's basically what it is, just a fancy word. GitHub code space is good, for example, cloud-based development environment, and yeah, there's a lot of smartphones are consumer devices and for content consumption and communication computer system. No, it's not. Here's the thing. First of all, if you don't think your computer is a consumer device, you are mistaken. Even though you can upgrade your computer, 99% of people don't do it. Especially with laptops and portable devices, okay? And most companies don't really like you to upgrade their computers. Your computer. That's what I was trying to say here. You're already using a consumer device. Why do you think laptops started to become somewhat more popular, or as either more sold or on the same level as desktops? Because they do what people need. Just look at how tablets and mobile phones is outselling any of those fucking markets. And expanding, like mobile gaming is the fastest expanding industry right now. And mobile phones and tablets is also expanding way faster than computers are. But that 1% of desktop users who mock about upgrading their computer system produce the innovators for the next generation of computing. It's a mute point. I don't want to go into a long fucking rant about why that could be wrong, but again, where's all the innovation? When you're getting a new graphic card, what are you getting? A new, better version of the previous one. You're not getting any quantum leap or any system evolution or anything like that. We're getting a faster PCI bus. You know, you're getting more cores, more RAM. Where the technology advancement is going on is on the mobile and tablet market. Taking down consumption of power, making them more, like I said, on raw computing power. A lot of modern phones is rivaling the computer or succeeding the computer you're using right now. Do they lack software that we like to use? Yes, they do. They do, 100%. But it will get there. We can already edit videos, modify pictures, really easy and professionally under tablets and mobile phones. Some YouTubers even fucking do that to this day. You can go and watch tech videos and gaming videos that's been edited on those said devices. And here's another thing. Power to performance, power to performances. What the fuck am I saying? Performance per price. You're getting more power per dollar on a tablet and mobile phone than you're getting on any computer. Smartphones and tablets are where the money is manufactured. It's far easier to make money selling small devices, get outdated every two years. But that was computers in the 90s. You remember the saying. If you buy a computer today, the second you take it out of the fucking car park, it's outdated. That was the saying in the 90s and early 2000s. Now people are running Windows and Linux and modern operating systems on 10, 15 years computers. Yeah, consumer level hardware has been boring for close to 20 years, if you ask me. What you see in an industry when something is starting to become less relevant, the innovation starts to drop down. The performance starts to drop down. If you don't need the latest and greatest. Basically, like, you don't need to buy a computer every 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years anymore. That is, it don't have to be, but that's a sign that if we are looking at the relevancy of, let's say, the personal computer. I'm doing a bell curve here. So, it's starting out, this is the IBM, it's expanding, innovation, everything's getting faster, quicker, everything's getting faster. This is a really stupid term. They're getting quickly outdated, then we are up here. Things are not really getting that faster, there's not much innovation. You can use a computer for almost a decade. Like, you couldn't do that in the 2000s and 90s. After like 5 years, you were like, really need it for a new computer. Speeds are getting to performances are getting slower, meaning that they're not expanding as much. Like, the last 5 years, we have hovered around at the most the 5 gigahertz. At boost speed, not consistent, but boost speeds. Most is around the 3 to 4, maybe 3.5 to 4, 350 to 450 gigahertz. 3.5 to 4.5 gigahertz is kind of the norm, and we've been there for years right now. Then what happens? This happens. The relevancy, the innovation starts to drop down, and it's almost why this happens almost all the time, where another bell curve is starting to form. This here is the mobile and tablet market. This is how technology unfolds. There's plenty of talks about this on YouTube, by the way. This is us. This is the mobile market. And I guess we are around here. Let's make it red. We are around here. We are around here. You may not like it. You may not like it. But we are a dying race. Back in the day, the good old days, when if you were a computer hobbyist, you had a massive big computer tower or whatever staying around. Nowadays, if you're a technology enthusiast, you have a tablet, a phone, and maybe a laptop. Maybe a laptop. Again, how often do you see people with a printer? How often do you see people with a landline phone? And then it will be, how often do you see people with a physical big fucking computer standing on their desk? That's where we are going. It can take years. Please don't look at it like I'm saying that tomorrow this would be out and we will not have an interest anymore and computers are dead. No, this takes years, people. Yeah, I'm turning into Picasso. Yeah, this is not something that's being done overnight. It's not something that's being done overnight. It takes years. But we have to acknowledge that the biggest innovation on computers that happened is that Apple went with the Apple Silicon. That's basically a mobile phone but put into a laptop and a desktop. So they have basically replaced the traditional computer with a mobile phone. Just in a bigger format. Make the motherboard a little bigger, let it consume more power and stuff like that. But it is more like a mobile phone than it is a traditional computer on a technological level. And that's why I say we are around here. Because they've done what they can with the x86 processor. Now it's just more RAM. More RAM. Better RAM. More RAM. More cores. Better base clock speed. And a RISC CPU on Apple M1 in a lot of instances are running circles around the x86 architecture. Not for all cases, but for a lot of cases. Actually, the places where it matters the most to most people, they are winning. The only thing x86 still is like massively good at is gaming. And it's I don't know if it's sad or what. I think it's an interesting time to be in here. The goal is then for you. The goal is that for you to have a phone, then you connect to your TV and you keep all the rest is done over the internet. Yeah, something like that, guy. We have started to come closer to the physical limits of powerful at the moment. Yeah, so a good way of thinking about that is that if you're having a Chromecast or an Apple TV or what you will call it. You know, I just put this into my TV and I can stream from my phone or my tablet. Get what I'm saying here? We are like, I know more people that have either an Apple TV or Chromecast than I know people that are running Linux, for example, or Linux that probably also have a big motherfucking computer on their desk. Most people I know nowadays have a mobile phone and a tablet and maybe a laptop. When I tell people I am into computers and I'm using computers, most of them are asking me what laptop I'm using. We are a dying race, people. We are dinosaurs. Yep, exactly. The computer I have built in 2014 is just as useful as a new... Yeah, exactly. And that's a sign that we are plateauing to some extent. It's great for us that it's plateauing, because then we don't have to go out and buy new hard... I remember the 90s, okay? If I bought a computer today, it was obsolete yesterday. You may got 2-3 years out of that computer if you want to run the latest games. And then you had to buy almost a new one. It was not just enough to upgrade the graphic card. You also have to upgrade the CPU. PC hardware development so slow now that overclocking is borderline dead now. Yeah, yeah. I don't trust anything I hear on YouTube. Don't trust anyone. The biggest problem at the moment is bloated software. Yeah, we need more optimization. Don't forget the smartphone development is also slowing down. They're not slowing down. They're actually not slowing down. They are just... they are contained a little bit by the form factor. Like I said, that's why putting them into a laptop, for example, give them more room for more air dynamics, you know, airflow and shit like that, so they can juice them up way more. I honestly think that mobile phones and tablets needs a little bit better cooling, maybe, technologies, or they need a more efficient CPU. And I don't think that can be done, though. I miss buying cheap Intel settlement processors and overclocking them. Yeah, that was fun, buying cheap-ass processors. You gave me such an argument when I called a smartphone or computer. Now look at you. I'm not calling... No. You're misunderstanding me here. I am not calling a smartphone a PC, a personal computer. I have always said that it was a computing device. But it's not a desktop computer. Putting it into this dongle here, we could call it a desktop computer. But it's not a traditional personal computer. It's a handheld device, foremost. So, is everything a computer? Yes, everything that has a processor in it is a computing device. There's a difference. What I argued was that it's not a traditional desktop. The traditional desktop is still the box on the table, the monitors, and the keyboard. That's the social construct of what a desktop is today. Can that change later down in life? Probably, but that's what we look at as a computer, a PC today. That was my argument. What if Apple has not adopted the PowerPC platform 10 years ago? Now they come full circle. No, here's the thing. The PowerPC is not the same as the RISC-based ARM CPUs we're using today. They are a little bit, they kind of look at it a little bit like third-degree cousins or something like that. So it's not full circle. Consolidating in industry slows down innovation, as there were fewer PC market, innovation slows down, cell phones industry undergoing massive consolidations in recent years. I just think that the processors we have in smartphones now is like it would be equivalent to where processors was in the 90s for computers. I would guess, more or less. They are on the verge to morph into what they will become for the rest of that life cycle, or of that technology's life cycle. And here's another thing: the more we become better at optimizing software, and we are relying more on the cloud, for lack of a better word, we don't need that much computing power anymore. Like, if you look at it, and that's also why computers last this long, is that for what we are doing mostly on computing devices, when I say computing device, again, an asterisk here, mobile phones, tablets, computers, and whatnot, we don't require that much power. It don't take much power. Like, I'm running the internet, social media, Discord, and all that shit on a 4 gig, 2-core, 4-thread laptop from 2011. With no problems whatsoever. So it don't take much computing power to basically do what 99% of people do with a computing device. Your mobile phone is already overpowered for what you're using it for. And that's the thing. If I remember right, so it's about 1 nanometer or so that's the physical limit for the current tech. Any smaller, and we have too much lag between the transistors. You could be right. It sounds reasonable. I haven't researched that so much. Most people I set up these days for their home office is a laptop, a dock, and a monitor. Yeah, and Ruben, that's how it's been for fucking years, dude. The ARM architecture was first developed in 1985, so it has a longer history than people care to remember. Yeah, but it's not the ARM processor that we're using today. Just like the Intel CPU that we're using today is not the same as the Intel CPU we used back then. And they've still refined and cut away a lot of legacy in that ARM processor. TRG's channel should be sponsored by Apple. Every time I visit his live stream, I end up shopping for an M1. I'm not going to lie. I want an M1 Macintosh. Or an M Macintosh. M2 or 3 or whatever the fuck the new ones. I want them. I fucking want them. As a YouTuber that do video editing, I want them. I'm not joking here. It's probably cheaper for me to buy let's say a Mac Mini M1 than building a computer or upgrading my computer to get the same rendering speed on that. So if I had the money, and I'm like, the computer I have right now, I can game perfectly fine on it and play the games I want to play. So I could use my MacBook or my Mac Mini just for rendering and everyday use, and then I can install Linux on my computer I have right now, run that 24/7 on it, and only use it as a gaming device and as a virtual machine device. That's probably more cheaper to do that than building a new gaming rig. It's cheaper to buy a Apple M1 product than building a new gaming rig, especially with the fucking GPU prices we have nowadays. The GPU prices is the big fucking killer here. But for rendering, you also need CPU power and RAM. But because a lot of the software under the M1 and under Apple is so optimized for their hardware, it's probably cheaper to buy either a laptop or a Mac Mini than rebuilding my whole PC to do that thing. And then just leave it as be for 1080p gaming. Maybe even 1440 gaming. And I could even down the line upgrade the not the hard drive, but the graphic card, and it would still be cheaper than building a top of the line new computer. And then I can run Linux full time because now I have Mac OS to do all my editing and stuff like that I can't do under Linux. It's starting to make sense. If I was a gamer, no fucking way. If I only needed it for gaming, no fucking way. If I only needed it for media consumption, no, buy a second-hand cheap-ass computer. But for a content creator, for a creative person in general, for someone that makes videos about technologies and operating system, makes even more sense. Because now you have another technology you can talk about. As much as I hate Apple as a company, they do make great products though. The keyboard, I'm gonna defend my PC, my desktop PC with my life. Yeah, I'm kinda the same, to be honest. The keyboard and display on those adapters end up being super flawless as everyone uses external monitors. Yeah, I think you're right. I would like an M1 Mac too. I would really like to test drive Mac OS. I'm using Catalina right now, and if you are just a casual, everyday consuming user, it's one of the best fucking experiences in your life. Like, honestly. If you want customization, control, expandability, and all of that shit that we like about Linux, we're talking something totally different. As I call it, a potato operating system. A couch potato operating system. If you're a couch potato, that are using your laptop for things while you're watching Netflix, it's perfect. Perfect. Like I said, there is a really good reason to use all kind of operating systems and devices. The biggest problem for me at the moment is the lagging. Yeah, some games just don't run right under Linux, sadly enough. And the same with Mac OS. At work I have a laptop, but use an external keyboard and doing ones. A lot of people are doing that, isn't it? So there is still room for improvement. Yep, there's always room for improvement. If someone tells you, oh my god, if someone is trying to sell you a product and they say there's no room for improvement, run the fuck away. Take your dollars and shove them up your ass and run as fast as you can. Because they are... Yeah, it will only be a bad product. If someone tells you that there's no room for improvement, that it can't be better than it already is, software or hardware or furniture or fucking your sex life. I don't care what it is. Run the fuck away, okay? Just run. Run as fast as you can. The computer future sounds boring as hell for me as a tech nerd. Not really. Because right now, that is on the mobile phone, the tablet, and Apple M1. And there is a lot of things going on in the phone market, and the tablet market, and the Apple ecosystem right now. A lot. Windows desktops are a bit boring, yeah. Windows laptops, boring. Is there any chance Apple license M1 chips to PC builders? No. Again, Steve Jobs is not around anymore. So maybe, like if they did that, and they made money off every M1 chip made or any Apple Silicon made, they would fucking make 100 times the money they are making right now. Like, I'm not joking. If they license out the, what you're talking about there, they earned money on the hardware, and people could now use Mac OS on their own built computers. Granted, they will not sell that many computers, but they will earn so fucking many money on the license. Because everyone like, here's the thing. Linux users are talking about the M1. Windows users are talking about the M1. FreeBSD users are talking about the M1. Non-computer nerds are talking about the M1. And they all want it. Like, if you give it to them, and you get a big piece of that pie, oh boy. Oh boy. I had an iPhone once, but I got rid of it because it always failed me when I wanted to take photos in humid environments. That sounds bad, man. I actually have all my iPhones. I have the original iPhone, the 3G version. Then I had, after that, what did I get after that? I got a Nokia. One of the first ever Nokia touch phones. Like this one here, actually. This one here. Moink. I got this one here. I think it looks a lot like that one, to be honest. Yeah, it has a stylus. It was this one here, yeah. I got this one here. Then I got a Huawei. And I had that for many years. No, I had this one here. So, let me think here, because it's a little bit crazy history. I had a Samsung original keyboard for a long... Like, I used Nokia and Samsung phones and Sony Ericssons with traditional keyboards. I think this was the first ever touch phone I got. Then I got the iPhone 3GS. And had that for a couple of years. Then I got the Huawei phone. I had that for 5 years or so. And it started to get really slow. And I was bitching and moaning about it. And my mom gave me an iPhone 6S for my birthday. And I had that for fucking many years. Up till 4 years ago, thereabouts. Then I got a Samsung A80. Which was a really interesting phone. This one here. So I got this one here. And after that, after 2 years when that was paid off over the mobile bill, I got the S21 5G that I'm having right now. And I honestly, I am debating about my next phone being an iPhone. But I have a Galaxy Watch and I have Galaxy Earbuds, so I have to basically change my whole ecosystem out to some extent. But my brother just got the new iPhone, and the screen on that iPhone and the build quality, it was so good. It was so good. It was so beautiful. I want one. And here's the thing, if you're buying a Samsung S1, you know, that's basically the top of the line, entry level top of the line, they cost the same as the entry level iPhone. My brother paid, was it $500 more for his than I paid for mine? And when I watched the screen and I tried the keyboard, it was just way better than mine, man. Like screen quality, the keyboards or the keyboard under iOS is just the best days. I don't care what you say. I have never found any keyboard better than the iPhone keyboard. The picture quality, mine is way better, and mine is a generation old now. The S22 is already out. Mine takes way better pictures than my brother's new iPhone 13. And I'm a little bit a picture nerd. I don't take many pictures, but I really like having good lenses and take good pictures when I do. So it's a little bit of a downfall for me. And not to speak about that I have a lot of Samsung accessories also. But when I saw that screen, and I was like, this is the top of the line, right? No, this is the cheapest one you can buy of iPhone 13. I was just like, whoa. I was just like, and my brother, he's impaired with his vision. He can't use my phone, and it's the same screen size, but his, no problem. Not to talk about that iPhones is a little bit more secure. They respect the privacy, not a lot more, but a bit more than Android do. Not enough that you should choose them for privacy reasons, but they do a lot to make sure that Google and other people don't, like, they have a policy that makes it so Google can't track that much on you when you're using an iPhone. Facebook and Google have lost billions of dollars because of that. So you're not tracked as much on your iPhone. But again, is it enough? They are just doing a lot more things to make sure that third parties don't track you. But what do Apple track with you? Let me put it that way. Apple is probably then tracking you 3 times more than they do anyway. So it's like, what evils do you want your data to be at? Yeah, more Apple pimping. I always liked Apple. I always liked Apple products, but I always despised the Apple company. I don't like that you can't repair your fucking computer. I don't like they don't allow you to expand and upgrade your computer. But I always liked their hardware and their software. And I'm kind of the same with Windows. I do like the Windows technology. I just don't agree with a lot of things that Microsoft is doing with Windows. Apple screens are the best you will get, with Samsung at the second place. I will agree 100% with you, my friend. The base model at the iPhone Mini are not even 720, but the Mac Mini is not the base. Like, you can't compare a S21 entry level with a Mac Mini. A S21 entry level is the same as an entry level iPhone 13. Not the mini version, just the iPhone 13. And then you go up to the next step with Samsung, you go up to the next step with iPhone. An iPhone mini would be like the top of the line A series from Samsung. So A70 or whatever they are called right now. That's what you would equivalent to an iPhone mini. Have to help friend from time to time with their iPhone 13 Pro, 12 Pro. but getting crazy in finding anything on it. They have not anything where I use it to, but they are happy. But are happy with my M111 or Me 11, sorry, that I have now. Yeah, that's another thing. Depending on what UI you use on Android, it can be difficult to go from Android to iOS. I will say that. When I went from my iPhone over to this one here, took me a couple of months to get into it. We're really getting along. There's a lot to talk about. I am getting tired and I need to go soon, but I can probably stay on for we can do like a 6 or 6.5 hour stream. I think the longest one I did a stream, was that 8 hours? 9 hours? Like, you want to see long live streams? Haha. Oh, my friend. Oh, I need to catch up with his videos here. You want to see long live streams? 9.5 hours, 10 hours, 8 hours, 6 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours, 9.5 hours, 5 hours. Granted, he's doing a lot more. Like, he's actually educating you on the screen. He's coding, installing, doing a lot more things on his screen. I'm just mostly talking. I should just put my webcam on, to be honest. It's just pure laziness that I'm not doing it. Actually, the thing you see in the corner, where, you know, under the chat was meant, or is meant for my webcam. And then when people are donating and stuff like that, it's also popping up in there. But it is meant for my webcam. I'm just too lazy to put it in there. Or I would put it up here on the side here as I do on my videos. But I like this is relaxing to me. I love to talk. I love to talk about these things. So as long as my voice and my concentration can keep up with it, I don't mind it at all. My plan was to go to the gym this week. I haven't gone to the gym yet. It's still holiday to Monday. So if I don't get to the gym tomorrow, I really have to go to the gym Monday, because my goal is to get to the gym in the Easter holidays, because I need to get to the gym. I haven't been to the gym since the lockdowns, other than just one time. Maybe 2 or 3 times. And I really need to get started. I need to get started. I have this problem. It's really hard for me to get started on stuff like that, but when I first come in the door, it becomes really easy for me. I just need to get in the door. No, I want to see a long CV. Yeah, it's all about that CV, man. Jesus Day tomorrow. Yeah. Sounds not good by the us. What do you mean by that? But I do, like, when I feel that my concentration starts to dip off and stuff like that, that's about it. The longest stream I ever did was a gaming stream. Little bit of history here with your good old dad, TRG here. So, I can't remember why we did it. But a couple of friends I gamed with, we got this idea of doing a 24-hour stream. I think they did it because they reached a milestone, either subscribers or followers on Twitch. So, there were 2 people doing it. But they needed a moderator. They need someone to read the chat and convey it to them, because they were playing Call of Duty or something like that, so they couldn't read the chat. Because they would get basically killed off, you know. They would get that kill-death ratio would suffer and all of that shit. they needed someone to read the chat, monitor the chat, and then relay information to them. So I volunteered for that. So my job was basically just doing what I'm doing right now. Talking to you guys in the chat, or people in the chat, and talking to the live streamers. And then be a bridge between them. So like, oh, this guy or girl in the chat just asked what kind of setup you were using. Joe, or whatever the fuck the name was. And they would then respond to that. It looks like I just got a connection drop or something like that. But anyway, they would then respond to that. And I would be like, oh, this other person asked this question, Josephine, and she will respond to it. So I was kind of like the middleman, you know, yeah, you get what I mean here. I mean, sounds not good by the US. Oh, USA. Had road wouldn't should be soon not done. Yeah, but that was fucking fun. And that live stream, I lasted at 21, 22 hours. I started to get really tired. I had like a 30 minutes break here and there. You know, where just like I didn't sleep, but I went to get some food and stuff like that. And go pee and poop and whatnot. But at around 20 hours, I started to be like, I was just tired of talking. And at around 21, 22 hours, I think, or was it 19 hours? I can't even remember it right now. I was just like, hey, I need an hour, man. I need an hour. So I took an hour's sleep. And when I woke up, they had stopped streaming. They stopped streaming. They stopped streaming, man. So yeah, it's a fun thing, this live streaming. And I can talk for hours. And the only time I get to talk about stuff like this is on these live streams. So I need to get all my nerd out in these live streams. That's why I can talk forever. Yeah, I don't know if it's related to the Huawei spying thing in the US. Carriers are using that as an excuse to force people to buy hardware from the carrier partners. Yeah, so when I had a Huawei, that was before this spying thing. Maybe we should start blocking in any spying US companies in the EU. Then said we kinda do. Because we do have more restriction on what that is allowed to gather in the EU. A lot of the reasons why there is disclaimers and you can talk a lot of a lot of things is because of EU law. Because Xiaomi and Realme and those type of makers offer flagship level phones at half the price. Yeah, but if you actually look into why and how they can do that, there's actually a really good explanation for it. They tend to keep their product lines on the market for a longer time. And they tend to buy not that good quality compared to, let's say, Samsung. And they also buy bigger quantity. So the more you buy, the cheaper you get it, and so on and so on and so on. Like, Xiaomi phones are really great. Don't get me wrong. Plus, they also having ads inside their OS. You can turn them off. But they also making money on ads. It's turned on by default. So they are making money that way also. I might get some peanut butter whiskey tonight. What the fuck is peanut butter whiskey? It tastes like drinking a ranchy candy or Reese candy. What the fuck is a peanut butter whiskey? Yeah, it sounds really confusing. Is that a whiskey with peanut butter taste? Oh. Why do people have to fucking make everything into a fucking dessert? Whiskey is not meant to taste like a fucking candy. It's meant to burn your ass off when you drink it. And you can taste the wood for 7 hours after you're done with it. I can kinda get a good whiskey and coke. That's it. Sugar sells, baby. I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this when you're talking to people that, oh, I hear you drink coffee. I'm really into coffee also. And you're like, oh, okay, what kind of coffee are you getting? Oh, I'm getting this Frappuccino latte, whipped cream, caramel, vanilla, Starbucks thing. I'm like, what? You know that there's like 1 centiliter fucking coffee in that, and the rest is just basically whipped cream and sugar. But they are, of course, a coffee connoisseur. I can't live without my morning coffee, and then they are getting like a double macchiato caramel Fabiano, and it's just like, oh my god, there's like 1,000 calories in that fucking drink, and you drink that in the morning? It's like 90% sugar or something like that. That's not for coffee. It's meant to be as fucking black as looking into a serial killer's eyes. Yes, you can put a little bit sugar in it or something like that, but the second it stops looking like coffee, you can debate if it's even coffee anymore. I'm just like, and I'm like trying to explain to them, you do know that it's what you would consider a dessert that you are throwing in your face right now. And here's the biggest thing. Well, I live a really healthy lifestyle. I just can't seem to lose any weight. I go to Starbucks 5 times a week to get those fucking sugar drinks. Or those coffees in quotes. I'm like, what the the average Starbucks coffee that people buy almost is equivalent, if not more, in calories to a whole fucking meal. But they think because it's coffee that it don't fatten them up. It's like, dude, come on, man. The only flavor I like in my whiskey is whiskey flavor. I know. Here's the thing, when you're doing a good whiskey and Coca-Cola, okay? You don't use good whiskey. That's the thing. You don't use a bad whiskey, but you don't. When you're going to mix whiskey up, you don't use really good whiskey. You use middle of the line whiskey. You're from Germany. Go to Lidl and buy a whiskey there. Use that one. Of course, if you're using a Jack D and Coke, that's the best for me. But I'm not going anything more expensive than Jack Daniels for my. When I'm mixing whiskey up, I'm not going more expensive or exotic than a Jack Daniels. Because then you are meant to taste that whiskey by itself. Normally I like bourbon, but sometimes a dessert drink is good. Yeah, sometimes they are good. Yeah, there's far from it in the law, so they should have trick data. Yeah, it's a tricky situation. Vodka and Coke is great also, but again with vodka, don't use the most expensive and don't use the cheapest, because it will taste like shit either way. If you use middle of the ground, your average vodka, it tastes good when you're mixing it up. It's okay when the US spies on your other countries because they mean well. Yeah, I hate that fucking double malts kind of thing. There are no better in the use data than China is how we almost passed the 1984 book today. Yeah, at least Starbucks tastes good. Yeah, Starbucks do taste good. Like it do taste good. My friend used to force me to drink Jack Daniels with Coca-Cola, and I hated it. I do like it. Jack Daniels is almost bottom of the barrel. No point in saying like it. Yeah, but it's Jack Daniels is like the low tier whiskey, but it's the high tier of bad whiskey. You get what I'm saying here? And that's why, like I say, you use stuff like Jack Daniels to mix with. I can drink Jack Daniels with no problem, just as it is. But it's not the best. But Jack Daniels, mix that up with like Coke or any other drinks, it's amazing. Jim Beam is an amazing whiskey to mix with also. But like I said, it's the bottom tier drink it by its own whiskey, but it's top of the line bad whiskey. So Tullamore Dew is only good for one thing: Irish coffee. That's how I look at it. Tullamore Dew is only good for Irish coffee. But if you look at it, Jack Daniels is the high tea of bad whiskey. It's not too expensive. You know, you're not paying an arm and a leg for Jack Daniels. But it's not so cheap that you don't appreciate it. Because if you get the really cheap fucking whiskeys from like Lidl or Aldi or something like that, they taste awful until you put something in them. Where Jack Daniels, you can kind of drink by its own, but it tastes the best mixed up. The thing is, I like to stuff more on the sweet side. We all like that. I prefer to drink drinks of wine. It's not that strong. Yeah, we all, again, preferences here. Jack Daniels is too sweet for me. Yeah, so I have to preference this. I put an asterisk when I say Jack Daniels. When I have when I mix drinks, I almost always use sugar-free sodas. So if I'm getting like a Jack Daniels and Coke, I'm getting a Jack Daniels and a sugar-free Coke. I don't like my sodas to be too sweet, or else I can't drink them. I get, you know, my throat starts to be all slimy and shit if there's too much sugar in them. So I've always mixed my alcohol or my booze with sugar-free sodas, or, you know, as sugar-free as I can get materials. So that could be why I like Jack Daniels with Coke that much. I have tasted Jack Daniels with normal Coke, just a standard Coca-Cola. I like it, but it's too sweet for me. Normal Coke is too sweet for me as it is.